What is the crack? It is your boy, Dirk. Back at it again. Back to Alcatraz, as they say. But welcome in, Steelborn. Welcome in, folks. Hopefully you enjoyed Verbal Combat. I know I did. You know what I mean? I had my whole Mercutio moment. You know what I mean? But the main thing, like Easy was saying as well, is this whole thing of like getting talks going, getting debates and discussions going. Because y'all know, like the whole ulterior motives thing, or the angle that I came at where, yeah, the debate was about the prompt, but it went into that kind of like deeper meaning thing, where it's like, how can you poo-poo philosophy when PhDs are literally philosophy doctorates? Do you know what I mean? Unbelievable. But I need to go take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. Boys, I'm back. We're back at it again. And chat is on fire already. We got a new tip from Shantae. 1 sec. Let me refresh the page. Do apologize. We got $5 from Shantae. So let me get you the little Pepe for that one. Appreciate you, Connie Shante, and we are $5 closer to the madness of the open panel. Welcome in, Iwan. And again, Shante from the supports. Don't forget to wash your hands. What is this? Forgetting to wash the hands? What do we got? Dementia? Appreciate you, Connie. Go get my coffee ready and all this, you know what I mean? It's kind of like weird with the sleeping schedule, you know what I mean? Because like sometimes all of a sudden you're like, you're all kind of like go. You know what I mean? Jonathan says, I fell asleep during VK. I got to get some sleep. Being sick has kicked my ass and fucked my sleep all up. I 100% understand how you feel. You know what I mean? And we got the easy raid. Let me play the clips, folks. Shout out to you, Easy. Thank you very kindly for the raid. And we got the Easy clip as well because it's easy.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
See, the laws of logic are easy. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, kind of easy. I was just saying it was a really good VK this week. Can't lie. You know what I mean? Even like my whole thing, like when you were kind of saying at the end where it's like there's a lot of debates that have kind of sparked off and all this kind of thing. I was also saying like, you know, the atheism thing or just pointing out the philosophy with them. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, bro, like I will drive them literally insane. But as William says, they always forget. But William reminds me, let's start the motherfucking show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is going to be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, if you want to make that even a better show and open up the panel, folks, we only need $45 more. Through PayPal, Ko-Fi, or the Super Chats as well. It all counts. It all counts. But like I said, this is the heroics. These are the big boy dungeons. You know what I mean? So your boy's going to be getting schmacked quite a bit, unfortunately. But I got Stone Shield potions, so we shouldn't have to worry too much, I guess. Or one would hope, at least. You know what I mean? And like I said, if you want to open up the panel and roast me as I'm trying to tank live, like I said, folks, don't be afraid to get the donations in. You know what I mean? Do we have any Christians to propagate?
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
Like, I mean, really think about what the Jews would want.
If you go into the old covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. Because I don't know what you heard, Cha.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
You know what I mean? It is fan-funded, folks. So like I said, we're trying to get that grift going. You know what I mean? We got to work on our grift game, you know, while playing a game. You see it's like it's like Inception. It's like a grift within a grift. A game within a game. Uh-oh. Speaking of games within a game, we got to make sure that we're not putting the boys at risk here. You know what I mean? And part and parcel of that is making sure that you defend. You know, what I love about being a paladin, you're a defender. You know what I mean? Got to look out for the people that can't take the hits. But yeah, one main things as I get the show under control, you know, just got to make sure everyone's locked down. You know what I mean? But one of the main things I was getting at with this, and you notice it drives them insane. Like that, they'll have that kind of like off the cuff remark, kind of go, "Oh, I don't do your philosophies and shit." And it's like, motherfucker, and you're going to quote science. You're going to quote science at me. You're going to say, "Look at these studies. These are done by PhDs." Well, sir. What does PhD mean? What does it stand for? And yet you poo-poo philosophies? Unbelievable. And that word war debate thing, you have to do some sort of thingamabob for like video essay or something like that, or video audition or some shit like that they've been calling it. I think I'm gonna do the Heraclitus arguments or the unmoved mover, but it's gonna be like a variation of it or like a modern adaptation of it to bring in the whole kind of people who do assimilations and shit. You know what I mean? The simulation theorists and all this kind of shit. And just show them as like, are you not really just saying the same thing? Do you know what I mean? Because if you're to say that this is just a simulation and it's all just made up, it's all a fugazi and all this kind of shit, well, wouldn't a simulation have a power source? Do you know what I mean? When I say that I'm playing a game right now and I'm on a server somewhere, that server has a power source. That is undeniable, because otherwise, how's the simulation running? When we get back to motion. You know? So, I think that's going to be my my angle at it, because we only get, I think, like a minute and a half or something like that to make the argument. So it has to be concise, to the point, all that kind of good stuff. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, boys. You know what I mean? And thank you very kindly to Jack. New member. Wait, what? New member? My man. I think that has to be wrong. Or it could have just been like the Jack was always gifted members kind of thing. But appreciate you kindly, Jack. Welcome to the little leprechauns, as we've been called them. Notice you have the little I think it should be the leprechaun emoji next to the name. You know what I mean? And the gay ass shield, bro. I won't even discuss. I won't even get into it, because it'd be the whole stream would just turn into a rant about YouTube and how they're fucking everything up. Unbelievable, Jeff. It's unbelievable, Jeff. You know what I mean? So appreciate you, Connie, Jack. Well, whoever has my power source better fix it quick. Fair point. Fair point. What power source? That's what I'm saying. Like, what we're trying to define here is, one could argue, the undefinable. You know? No, just never know how much money I'll have. It is what it is. It is what it is, Jack. Well, appreciate you. You know? Every little helps, as they say. Supposedly. Okay, let me see all these demons. Well, we got the power of the light, boys. You know what I'm saying? But let me Captain America one of these motherfuckers. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're getting some movements. Yeah, the magic damage is what gets me. That's why I need more fucking stamina, man. We're Gucci. We're Gucci, as they say, boys. But also willing to let us know we need 5 super chats. Otherwise, in what, 40 minutes or so? Yeah, just over 40 minutes. We'll be going on one of those grift breaks. William's favorite part of the show. So, if you want to prevent the grift break, you have the power, chat. You have the power. Okay. And we need to be like surgical with this shit. That's the main kind of like theme with heroics. It's taking it ham and cheesy. Not trying to do too much on one pull. Kind of like the team sports. You know what I mean? You don't want to let the team down. You don't want to have like this. Everyone wants to have ambition, but too much ambition can sink the ship. You know what I mean? So, patience. But I can see what I'm saying? Like, everybody's fucking dead, basically. You know what I mean? But this next boss does a lot of fucking damage. A lot of shadow damage, and I've got 0 shadow resist. So, basically, we're on what's known as a wing and a prayer. Enemy look like something out of Doom? Bro, Tanya. Demons. Tanya, demons, boy. Like, this thing looks like the thing out of Harry Potter as well. Not gonna lie. Okay, I pull both. This is a bad position. We are in currently a bad position, folks. Oh my god. A lot of damage. A lot of damage. But we got one. Killed one. Positive. You know what I mean? Looking at the silver linings, as they say. Yeah, but that's what I was thinking. You know what I mean? If it was only gifted until now. You know what I mean? Because like Jack's gifted like multiple. You know what I mean? So it's like, or maybe it only counts if it's continuous, or if you do it like sign up for, you have to have click. John Way clicks the box and it says, "Oh, do this monthly." Do you know what I mean? Folks, if we do want to make it open panel, you know what I'm saying? It's only $42. Come on, you can troll me. Talk about VK maybe. Or the potentials. Because like I think there was like multiple people who were like, yeah, give me this debate topic, give me this guy. Normally it continues from a gifted, as I was gifted member for 6 months on ease before I bought a membership. Yeah, maybe it's something like that. Do you know what I mean? And if you break the chain, then it basically breaks the thingamabob. It just goes to new. But some of the systems are weird that they have, you know? And another thing to get them on that argument is the whole dogma versus axiom. You know what I mean? Because like they'll do the whole, well, they have religious dogma, and dogma is dangerous and all this kind of shit. And it's like, okay, Mr. Science Guy, Mr. Axiom, please define the difference between dogmas and axioms. Because we want to be scientific and shit, right? We want to be all smart boy and thingamabob. And what you'll find is, if you poo-poo dogma, you're also poo-pooing axioms. And if you take away axioms, then you take away science. And this is where it's like, we go back to, it's like, oh, I don't want to do no philosophies. Your science is based in philosophy, motherfucker. All these PhDs. There's a reason why it's a doctorate in philosophy. Or a philosophy doctorate. That's crazy when, yeah. Sometimes you can just get a good string of luck. You know what I mean? Like, that's why it's weird with YouTube, because like I'm pretty sure on Twitch you can like select a specific person, say like gift a membership to this person as well. You know what I mean? So I'm shocked that like YouTube doesn't put like decent features on the actual streaming thing, considering it's supposed to be a streaming platform. But hey, like I said, I don't want to turn this into like a full-on rant about YouTube, you know? Because did you know? Exactly. You know what I mean? Because if you hit this YouTube super chat goal, it's only what, like $10? But then the Ko-Fi PayPal's 20. You know what I mean? So you can save yourself a bit of moolah. Okay, so the room is fully cleared. This boss hits for a shit ton. Okay. So we have a shaman. Okay, one sec. I'm going to do this. Got kings. I think I've got everything that I need. And I just basically have to pray that the healer can keep me up, because as we're about to see, it's going to be a shit ton of shadow damage. And already the warrior died, which is bad for the team, of course. But hey, it is what it is. I've hit my laying hands. But no, we died. It is what it is. It is what it is. I still seem to get a gift to one every 2 month or two for a channel I left to come to Easy's. My man. What look, chat, 3 super chats might be enough, because we did get a $5 donation from Shante. Well, that is true. That is true. Okay, so let's see. Is there anything we can do in terms of comp setup? Are you able to use commanding shout? Okay, the boys are doing the tactics. You know what I mean? We're trying to apply the situation. I need to get some shadow resist though, to be fair. Because holy shit. Like you've seen that damage. That damage was insane. The main thing is that we have Druid buff, we have Kings, we have Command and Shout coming in now as well. You know what I mean? So it's basically oh shit, yeah, actually, one sec. Uno momento, por favore. So if I do this and then do this. Up. And then you should be able to hear the music now. So let me know. You should be able to hear the music. And then in terms of this, like I said, we're on a wing and a prayer here, folks. Okay, potion didn't do jack. Probably should have got some shadow resistance potions, maybe. We're halfway. Chat, please help us avoid a forced script break. We favor it. Oh, I'm dead. Healer's dead. Right, so we lost one of our comrades. Well, I'm gonna check something real quick. Chromatic Wonder. 35. Okay, let me go back to the previous one. Chromatic Resistance. 50 gold though, holy shit. We got Shazzy with the 2 pounds. Saying one. Uno. Chata. And that also puts us up to 10 out of 50. Very kind. Thank you very kindly, Shazzy. Jazzy says, dos! With the 2 pounds. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. And then Shazzy again with the tres! Tres! Mamma mia! Appreciate you, Mama Bear. But does that get us a... Is that a hit now, William? Should be, I think. Jazzy with the quattro. The quattro donno. Bellissimo. See? Shazzy gets the train going. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. So I'm thinking neck, ring, possibly trinket is probably the easiest items I can get. I'll just give me some sort of base level of shadow resist. I'm hoping at least. And then like I said, I'll probably pick up a flask for an extra 20 plus the, what is this, resistance 70. So we could probably get, you know, 150, 200 or some of that maybe, just to do a little bit, I guess. You know what I mean? Well, who's gonna get the slam dunk? Who's gonna get the last super chat? Or is it going to be all Shazzy? Because I know in Classic there's a couple of ways you can get decent spell power items. Spell power, shadow resist items. But I do need to start looking at resistance sets because that's eventually going to be a thing of Bob. So if we go to this and just type in shadow. Ah, look at this. Look at this. Overcharging like a motherfucker. Let's check the finger. Okay, trinkets. Kinda the same deal. So we'll do this. 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 Cloth back. Shadow protection. Let me see, is there anything else? Wrists or belt, maybe? Okay, let's just try it out with that. That should be plenty. Oh, fuck. Don't know if I'm gonna get the summon off. Yeah, we got the summon off. Okay. Are you guys gonna make Shazzy do this shit? Because she gets the premium mean, then I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody. But we got about 100 shadow resists. Or just less than 100 shadow resists there. And then on top of that, we're going to hit him with a little ghetto gospel as well. So that's 100 plus the shadow resistor. That's another 173. Plus we're going to get the druid buff. Yeah. So we'll be up to about 200 spell resist and shadow. So basically just to give our healer as much opportunity to heal the rest of these motherfuckers. But like I said, there's other things to do as well, like the cloak could be an aspect here, is all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? So going into that thing is probably going to be the best move, at least going forward. That did cost me about 200 gold, which is a bit of a yikesy, as they say. True that, William. Like I said, silver linings, you know? Alright, we take a health stone. Alright, so I'm gonna drink up. See what our... So yeah, about 173. Yeah, the shadow damage seems... Alright, the shadow resist seems to work at D light. See, like, the warrior almost died there, but I'm not taking fuck all damage. Warrior's dead. I need a heal, Mr. Druid. Oh, he's out of mana. But if he could just keep me alive here, we could stand a chance. Fuck. Motherfucker. Nobody else calls a harsh winds clip. Someone has to do it. Exactly. Exactly, William. I think this time we have it though. Yeah, 25 shadow resist. I mean, like, this is another 18 shadow resistance. Okay, so. Right. So we go by. Thank you very much, Shazzy. Appreciate you, Condi. It pretty much comes. Oh shit! Pretty much comes down to whether or not the healer can keep everyone else alive. Because it seems though like I'm not taking that much damage, meaning we have a hope, we have a chance, as they say. All right. But ladies and gentlemen, appreciate you, Shazzy. And because we go, we also get a premium meme, which means
Black preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right. Go ahead.
President Biden joining in on the conversation.
We didn't know what a woman. We didn't know what a woman is.
A woman is your mama.
That's right.
You mean to tell me you passed 80 and you don't know your mama and your wife is a woman? They keep trying to shove this trash on Africa. And African presidents, one by one, is standing up against it.
That's what the black church used to be. These niggas done went woke over here. Gender and sex are synonymous, always have been. But they say this new gender identity. But then they conflate gender identity with gender. They say your genitals don't determine your sex, your gender. So why are you chopping your dick off? If this determines you're a woman, why are you chopping your cock off? Just call it a vagina. You're calling yourself a woman.
appreciate you, Connie Shazzy. So, folks, we're not going on the grift break. We're going to set another goal. We got another hour. Appreciate you, Connie, folks. And that's what we call a premium meme, folks, which means it goes on for a little bit extra. You know what I mean? But it has that certain je ne sais quoi quality about it. You know what I mean? And folks, just to remind you as well, we're basically 40% of the way there to an open panel as well. So if you want a bit of madness, a bit of shenanigans, get the donations going. But in the meantime, we do have this beautiful music and obviously clearly next level, top tier tanking skills. This is peak gaming right here, folks. You know what I mean? They do. They do. Like, that's when you have like a beautiful form of comedy where it's like you're highlighting a key issue and you're making someone laugh while doing it. You know what I mean? To me, that's beautiful. These boys are big boys. Hit for a lot of damage. God damn. Okay. God damn. And that's the thing as well about the heroics, is that it's not just the raw damage values. It's also those certain mechanics like the fear there and all this kind of shit, where you can get the beautiful like comp that just kind of like negates all that kind of shit. Like that's what they typically kind of aim for and say it's, oh, like this is the key comp for like certain dungeons, certain place, all this kind of shit. But if you're in one like me where it's, you know, 5 a.m. on the server, you know, people just trying to get the last kind of like juice out the squeeze in terms of badges for the days. Yeah, you know what I mean? You got to work with what you got. You know what I mean? Gotta hit them with the yup. Right. That's what I'm saying, man. It's like these things are brutal for like the first half of the expansion. And then eventually you get enough gear and then you're kind of like, okay, we're Gucci. But there's even certain situations like that boss there where you gotta make sure you got some semblance of resist gear going. But like I said, through time, you'll be able to make the investments, get the right gear, and you should be Gucci. Because like that took me like what, like 5 minutes total, including going back to the auction house time, to get some semblance of a thing like shadow resist, which did help. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, the group is limited, so we're gonna have to go with the very surgical. Like we're like a doctor. We're like a doctor right here. You know what I mean? We're making surgical pulls, very precise, you know? Yeah, right. Right. Gotta wait till they move away from each other, because we can't handle it too. These are big, big boys. You know what I mean? God damn. God damn. We're Gucci. We are Gucci, folks. Gonna wait for the healer to get some mana, and we should be fine. No worries, no worries. Hope you're feeling better. You know, where we got Pepe, all snuggled up with his cup of coffee, got the blanket around him, staying warm. You know, although we're finally into spring, I think. You know what I mean? We'll be out, you know, picking the potatoes. You know, have a good time. Oh my god, he resisted the taunt. Well, we got through it at least. True that, Shazzy. Shazzy says, sun's out today, but never cast a cloud to maze out. You know what I mean? Sunny day in the UK, 10 times. No, it's not that we never get sun. It's that we rarely do. But when we do get sun, probably the best country in the world. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. 100%. Also, like I said, it's kind of like, you know, put the boys in their place as well. And they're like giving it all talk, saying, well, where's the donations? You know what I mean? ICATs. I'm bad with the letter agencies. You know what I mean? But I blame the FBI for that and the CIA. They ruined it for everybody. But yeah, Jack, like spring into summer, like, well, the best place to live, you know? Everyone's out in the beer garden, having a good time, talking their shit, doing their thing. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful time. Do with spine and hips, fuck. It's like the core. The 10th. Good luck, good luck. Best wishes, as they say. I really need to find out my ancestry. That's the bit of history, baby. Like I said, man, like, trust me, like, it all goes back to Persia. And as we know, shit's going down in Iran, boys. You know what I mean? It's like the Kevin James meme. Gentlemen, I just have 3 things to say. God bless America. God bless our troops. Sorry. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, you know that meme, Jack? One sec, I'll get it after the dungeon because we are getting up to a key part. Oh no, why? Why did you do that? See what I'm saying? It's how do we reach these keys? You know what I mean? They'd be doing goofy shit like this, like, you know, blinking into mobs, expecting me to get aggro back, not even having a chance to get fucking aggro. At least he's got ice block, you know. Little things. You dead, buddy. We just about made it. We just about made it. But yeah, I will play that meme because it is top quality. But this room, oof. This is going to be a nightmare. Oh, crossbound, but I can't. It hurts. God damn. Yeah, best wishes for you, Shazzy. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the one thing where it's like, where like you can say what you want about like the whole medical industry, about like all the shenanigans that have gone down, all this kind of shit, but like in terms of surgery, when surgery is needed, you know what I mean? Like that's when like it kind of proves itself, kind of thing. But like what we need to look on is like all the pills they push. You know what I mean? That's the distinction for me. You know? They're like, oh, you can't smoke a joint. How dare you smoke a joint? But these pills that are literally designed to get you addicted to them, these are healthy for you. You know what I mean? Get the fuck. You know what I mean? They won't give me pills. But like, I'm like, okay, that's what I want. That's what the scenario I want to be in. It's like. Because when they're like recommending surgery, that's when it's like a necessity and all this kind of shit. So there's a way you can put the quote unquote medical industry at, well, no, let me think about how to phrase this. Like there's a way to approach the medical industry, and it's like beneficial for both sides. You know what I mean? You know? Like, you're making sure that they're doing their work that they should be doing. You know what I mean? But you're not kind of going in with the tinfoil hat and all this kind of shit as well. You know what I mean? There's a balance to it. You know? There's a, what do they call it? Like a healthy amount of skepticism. You know what I mean? Because when it comes down to your health, you know what I mean? Like, why take any risks? Daniel, there's one here. I knew it. I knew it, ladies and gentlemen. See? Paladin he always knows these demons' tricks. I knew there was one of these bitches hiding out there somewhere. But yeah, like I said, the pills is the thing that I'm very hesitant of, and the needles and all that kind of shit, like the chemicals and all this kind of shit. But in terms of the surgery and all that kind of stuff, like I can understand that. But even that gets whacked out of it as well with the with like these trans surgeries that they're doing, all this kind of shit. But again, like that's purely cosmetic. Like they're all like cosmetic places that do that shit. That's not like your local A&E surgery kind of thing. You know what I mean? NHS isn't as good as it used to be. Too many failed surgeries these days. But well, that's the thing. You know what I mean? Like that's why like surgery or surgeons are such an important part of it. How like why like a lot of places get judged based on purely just based on their surgeons. Brain surgeons as well are part of that too. But in terms of the God damn. But in terms of the whole like chemicals and all this kind of shit, I don't trust those motherfuckers for a single second. They're just the legal drug dealers. That's what we call the legal drug dealers. Like all those motherfuckers, do you know what I mean? I want a Scottish child. What happens if you can't understand them? You know what I just said, Jack? Okay, we should be Gucci, I think, on these ones. 'Cause there's no fan dangling, as they say. There is one thing I am worried about, which is the last boss, because you kind of need 2 healers for it. You know what I mean? I have a daughter you can have, Jack. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's actually nice having a chat and chill stream out to BK. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bit of like, you hear the birds in the background. You know what I mean? Like, we're just here farming. We're just farming badges. You know what I mean? Playing some games. Chilling. You know what I mean? Yeah, Tarek, I know my back fucked, but I'm hoping they'll operate on hip. But like that's the thing. It's like it's a dangerous. Oh, not dangerous. It's a complex structure. Like when you think about your back, it's like really like actually complex with the amount of like different. Like if you're trying to replicate in terms of like a robotic spine, it's like extremely difficult. You know what I mean? Or it's at least very complex to replicate and all this kind of thing. So that's why when they say like if you slip a disc or anything like that, like or any of the core parts of it, it's like just doing the average day, all of a sudden you start appreciating. You know what I mean? Oh shit, like you know I can't lift stuff up because my back's fucked, or I can't. It takes me a long time to get out of the chair because like my hip or my back or whatever. You know what I mean? I need a spinal fusion to my lower spine, but I'm not willing to do it yet. Oof. Anytime they're fusing it and all this kind of shit. Damn. But it's always the thing of, especially with surgery, it's like you want to do it as early as you possibly can, so then you can kind of say, right, then like the actual recovery time, like all that kind of shit could be the same, right? But you want to get it out of the way quicker, or is there an actual other way to go about it? Do you know what I mean? Is there a way to do it, let's say, by changing and diet and all this kind of stuff? But generally, like I said, when you're in the surgery thing, it's pretty important, or it's pretty serious kind of thing, you know? Yeah, if you can't understand them. What if you can't understand them? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. If you want Scottish children, what if you can't understand them? But Jack did understand them. My man. My man. I remember, folks, as well, if you are feeling generous, like Shantae, you know what I mean? You just want to use the Ko-Fi. Because did you know YouTube are thieving bastards? They take 30%. Yup. They take 30% of every super chat, every membership, everything through YouTube. They take 30%. You know? So if you don't want YouTube to get that 30%, use the Ko-Fi or PayPal, baby. Otherwise, the commies win. There it is, boys and girls. There's it is. I'm hoping that we can get these, where is it? These braces here at the end, because this is almost a 200 armor increase, bit of defense, bit of spell power as well, which is always nice. You know what I mean? So, not bad, as they say. The stamina increase to it as well. But the last boss is very fucking difficult, to say the least. You know? You know, it's weird. A lot of Scottish kids talk posh and don't sound Scottish, or at least the kids I know do. But like that's kind of the same in Ireland as well. Like there's what's called the G4 accent, you know, where you enunciate your words clearly and eloquently. You know, they speak quite posh, like the aristocracy or the royalty. Most parliamentary. You know. Exquisite. The English influence on the education? Yep. Yup. Do you know what I mean? What is a true Scotsman, you know? Shall we dive into the no true Scotsman fallacy? Is that where we're going? I don't mind going there, you know what I mean? And chat, we are almost halfway there to the open panel, baby. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. I don't even know how we got past the first boss. You know what I mean? Like, I know I bought the shadow resist and all this kind of shit, but for realsies... Man, these mobs have the weirdest fucking aggro I've ever seen in my entire life. But they can be stunned, so there's that. Oh, give me another drink. Give me another drink, chat. I need to get my mana bar up. Gifted memberships also count. Getting a membership yourself counts. Super chats count. The Ko-Fi counts. The super stickers don't count. But who does super stickers? You know what I mean? Yeah, we will add the stickers, but like for some reason the automatic adder thing doesn't add the super stickers. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know why YouTube delineates between stickers and super chats. Think it's because they tried to do all like we'll do emojis and all this kind of shit, and then they kind of realized, well, then we actually have to do stuff. You know what I mean? But regardless, whatever donations you do will count. Alright, now this next part is son of a bitch. Base, I'm keeping one eye on this patrol dude here. He's got a pretty large aggro range, and then when I get disorientated like that, I'm gonna bring him back now. We'll walk it back. And we just do the same thing again. Some YouTube only count super chats. Yeah, their whole goal system as well. That's another thing. Like the YouTube goal is ridiculous, bro. You know what I mean? It gives you fuck all customizability in terms of like the actual type of goal you want to set. It's like their own rigid structure. So like for example, like we can't do an amount, a raw amount. You know what I mean? We could do like, let's say a minimum amount, like the 5.2s is like minimum is 10, but you know what I mean? Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay, this ain't gonna go down too well, I don't think, this last boss here, boys. Yeah, I'm dead. God damn. It's a lot of damage. But we killed him, which is the main thing. Interesting. I know, isn't it? Like, YouTube really needs to get their shit together. Like, I don't mean that as just like a general kind of like throwaway comment. It's like they really do need to get their shit together. See? William knows where it's at, boys. I have no clue how I'm functioning right now. Hey, you're in the perfect place, Jack. You're in the perfect place. I often find my time, find myself thinking the same exact thing. What are we doing here? What are we even doing here? We're sending donations. That's what we're doing here, boys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay, we got through that. And then we're going to give the mana potion to the healer. Because he's going to fucking need it. Wait, what? But it said you were a new member. Do I hear $2, $4, no, $6, $8, $10? Can we get $10 in chat? Like, do you not see that shit? Look at this. Alright. Jack of Blades started the stream. New member. My man. Jack of Blades right now. Member for 3 months. What is going on, Jack? And it didn't count it either. What is going on? We're almost halfway there. We're almost halfway there. You need to heal me, please. I am taking a lot of damage. Oh my god, man. Oh my god, this is brutal. This is brutal. But we got there. We got there, chat. We got there in the end. Message you just sent was there a free message you got for being a member for 3 months. Yeah, but then why does it say new member? You know what I mean? Like, why is there such a... Like, that was at 11:26. And then at 12:42, it comes in. Por favor. You know what I'm saying? But it proves the case what we've been saying about YouTube. Like, me and William aren't just trying to take shots at YouTube for the shits and gigs. You know what I mean? Because he renewed his membership? You know, I get that he renewed the membership. But like at the start, it said the free. Oh, sorry, the new membership. That's what I'm saying. Or did I just get this completely wrong? You have to count. Oh, okay. Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying, Jack. Like, that's why you're around good people, because I'm always confused. You know. Yeah. It says like the first one is a new member, 11:26, right on the StreamYard. And then this one, like an hour and 20 minutes later basically says member for 3 months. You know what I mean? Darker Blaze became a YouTube member, but it says new member. You know what I mean? And then this is member for 3 months. So, I don't know, maybe it might be a StreamYard thing. Maybe you guys saw it different. Bro, if we get through this boss... This would be a miracle. Okay, that's probably is bad use of the word miracle, but this is a slim chance. Yeah, exactly, William. Just hit him with the.
Oh no! Anyway, last week
we were getting super chats, and this week we're focusing on super chats too. You know, don't be afraid, chat. Don't be afraid. Wait, what the fuck? Per favore, chat. Oh mon Dieu. Let me hit you with the clip for that one, Jack. One sec. Where we at? Where the fuck's the clip? Oh, there we go. My motherfucking man. Shout out to NY Nix, VTV, Bed Up Southern Girl, Unique Preppin', Dart Joff, 43 minutes with Jamie. Wait, what? 43 minutes with Jamie Rose. Oh, sorry, that's Jamie Ross. We got Lilith, EAT, Poor Draven, Mr. Polo Down 75, Texas, Nevsky, and One Tradee's Wife. My man, my motherfucking man. Shout outs to you, Jack. Let's fucking go. My man. As I'm slowly dying. As I momentarily need to maintain focus because a lot of fire damage. I'm not gonna lie, folks. Run back here and drink. Got Jamie, that's hilarious. Hey, my man. Play my clip. Jack got that bitch from VK44. One sec. Oh, yes. That bitch. My man.
Oh shit, I just realized too. Alright, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit, right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. Get it.
I think we're doing okay. We're doing remarkably well for what I expected, at least. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to play it by ear. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna blow everything and just put as much threat into. I need to know that story with him. Oh man, shit. Basically, it's like this chick came on and she thought like, oh, the typical thing, right? And like this happened like a couple of times. But it's this particular thing where like a woman comes along and she sees VK and she sees like the panel is full of like 9 dudes, right? But then she hops on. But like the whole thing about VK is like you're coming for the for the debate. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to do this whole thing that a lot of women tend to do, where they basically, oh, for fuck's sake, where they basically just turn around and they say, oh yeah, like, I'm just going to get all these dudes' attentions and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So it's like, it's this general thing that like a lot of like the OnlyFans chicks, like look at that phenomenon, like was it the bathtub phenomenon or the hot tub phenomenon they had on Twitch, where you had all these you know, women come on Twitch and quote unquote game, right? But they weren't really gaming. They were just literally like the like one bitch like would have a camera angle directly on her ass, like, you know what I mean? She wouldn't even be facing the camera. Like the camera would literally just be direct at her ass, and like you can maybe see the game in the top corner of the screen. You know what I mean? So like that general kind of like thing that like one sec. That general thing that a lot of like OnlyFans types chick, like floozies, as they typically would have been called. You know what I mean? A lot of like that type of behavior. So that was one of these chicks. She came on to VK44 thinking that like, oh, I'm going to get all these men to sim for me and all this kind of shit. And she was mistaken. You know what I mean? So basically everything that she was basically being said, like, it was just complete bullshit. She was getting like absolutely decimated. That it's like she doesn't even have a clue of what she's talking about, meaning that's the only reason why she's here. You know what I mean? Yeah, but like there's been multiple chicks that have tried to do that shit, and it don't work, Jack. It don't work for one motherfucking second. You know what I mean? That's what led to, like, this was another example of it happening.
I just had a question. Does Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not heard. Like, came on panel and thought she was going to, like, turn the conversation into, let's talk about love is interest behind the panel. Like all this kind of, like, type shit. It's like, bitch, fuck you doing over here? Know what I mean? Women should be seen, not heard. Shut the fuck up. We got the base to do, bitch. You know what I mean? We don't expect all of a sudden, do you know what I mean, the wee little leprechaun start saying that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Okay, so this is the frustrating thing about this boss fight, is that it's like I literally can't do anything. Like, it is difficult enough just to maintain threat the way he does the whole split thing and all this kind of shit. No. Is 20. But like, basically, if the healer gets targeted with this shit, it's basically he's about to die unless someone can get heals off on him. But unfortunately, we have a warrior mage and a warlock DPS, so the fact that none of the DPS can actually physically heal is what our main problem is. We can soulstone him. We do have battle res. We can like soulstone, commanding shout, any other stamina buffs as well, just to keep the health up. You know what I mean? Because that's going to be the main thing. Need to find a 2v2 we would be good at. I don't want to hold you back or hinder you. But this is what I'm saying, Jack, in terms of like the way I break down the 2v2 is because like you got to be able to separate the workload so much so that you're able to effectively fight for the point as a team rather than as two individuals. So for example, some people would do a thing off, okay, like this dude is basically the defense of the topic, so all his arguments is around defending the other topic, and then the other person, rather than research the topic, he's going to put all his time and effort into researching the opponent's argument and finding the flaws in the opponent. So that's a good way to split the work. One way that I like to do it, or I've been trying out recently that seems to work a lot against lefties, is basically I'm just there to make the moral or the rhetorical argument, and I'm doing that both on the offensive and defensive. So anytime they do the moral rephrasing, I'm going to turn around and like directly rephrase it something different. Anytime they try to do the emotional heartstrings, I'm going to interrupt it. That kind of jive. Do you know what I mean? But there's multiple different ways to do it. Do you know what I mean? You can look at like Speakeasy and Andrew Wilson's one, where it's like you want to make sure that it's that you're coming in at the right time as well. So like, for example, if you're with Andrew Wilson, you don't want to be interjecting unless it's to like echo his point, to strengthen it, all this kind of shit. And because he makes such good points by himself, like that's very difficult to do on a consistent basis, because every single time he's going to be making an argument or attacking their argument, he's already going to be getting the golden nugget for the team anyway. You just have to sit back and all that kind of shit. But not all 2v2s are going to be like that. Do you know what I mean? Some are going to be a lot more back and forth, switching up and all this kind of shit, and others are going to be, like I said, a lot more kind of like we're doing in the heroic here, a lot more strategic and all this kind of shit. But like I said, I'm more than happy if anyone needs a 2v2 and all this kind of stuff as well. Like you've seen with the Destiny debate, I'll literally do it last possible minute as well. But again, obviously, you don't want to be kind of like throwing me into, like, let's say a politics debate last second, and I don't have any clue about the particular politics that's being discussed as well. Do you know what I mean? You want to make sure that you're coming at this with as much prep and consideration that you can possibly go into it. But obviously, like I said, if there is a last minute thing where it's like Destiny or whatever, you want to take it just for at least the experience. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Halfwood. Pull up a chair. My anime review is on Rumble. YouTube's messing around even though I have the license. Yeah, man, that's the other thing with YouTube as well. I think something similar happened to Jim Bob. Do you know what I mean? Now, the key thing as well with this is the warrior is able to give us a shit ton of health. And with the imp, we're going to make sure that we have as much stamina as possible. So, like, right now, I'm sitting at 14k. The druid's sitting at 9 point. Like, everyone's else sitting just shy of 10k. So, we should be looking good over here, boys. Do you know what I mean? For this attempt, at least. Like I said, there's two fundamental ways to get around your healer getting jabbed by that Yokum Bob. Is if he has enough health to just take the damage raw and then heal up afterwards, or you need a second healer to get in there. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I saw you were reviewing, or WBY, right? Yeah, man, for sure, faux shizzle. Use the 10 gift enough to cancel the forced grift break. Oh shit, I forgot about that, William. I forgot about that. Thank you very kindly for reminding me. I do apologize, Jack. You have my sincerest condolences. My sincere apologies for making such a blunder. But as you can see, the thread is all over the place. What's going on here? I have all the buffs. I have all the buffs. Just give me a second to watch this thread meter, see what happens. It's doing something negative towards my threat. It seems to be Gucci now. Okay. And yeah, we're only $2 away as well. Now that you mentioned it, we're only $2 away from an open panel too. So again, massive shout outs to Jack for that. Gentleman and a scholar. You know? Let me get the super chat rolling. So again, we've hit another one. So we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna do this again, baby. Would appreciate you kindly, Jack. Thank you very much, sir. We only need $2 to open the panel. So Jack and Halfwood, if you want to put the $2 in and used to talk about your Rumble plans, more than welcome, bro. This dude is he's a bit nefarious with the Rain of Fire thing. And this is one thing that I actually have to give the retail version of WoW props, is that when they do kind of AoE effects, they make it a lot more clear on the ground. So you know for sure if you're standing in something or not, kind of thing, do you know what I mean? Now it's gonna sit back and get man off him. Knock me up for long. I just got off work. That's no worries, bro. Like, we're only $2 away. You know? It's not like I'm expecting you to give me a full, you know, epic long speech. You know what I mean? I'm not expecting the world here, you know? A bit of chat and chill, as they say. You know what I mean? Who wants to be the one? Are you not entertained? But seriously, if we make it through this boss, bro, it'd be a fucking miracle. Again, I shouldn't say miracle, but like that's where I'm at with this. This is like the group of like the unsung heroes kind of thing. Nobody expected them to even get this far, let alone get into the whole thing. You know what I mean? And hey, we have Halfwood. Give me a second here, gentlemen, until I sort this shit out. Yeah. The stamina buff stun it. The stamina buff stun it. No, but he died. He died anyway. Is what it is. It's fucking brutal. Sometimes it's fucking brutal. Ah, shit. Chance? I hope, maybe. Died again, man. There you go. Open. Play nice. Play nice. So 1 sec. Let me get the open panel link going, ladies and gentlemen. We almost had it that time. We almost had it, ladies and gentlemen. So I've now posted the link. So 1 sec. Uno momento, por favor. I replace this. Alright, so this is pinned. Release the spirit. So we get back in things. Sorry, creative wish it is. Oh shit, I need my groceries real quick. My man, let's fucking go. Both is. Hey, it is what it is. And see, she's letting you off. Letting you off because she's kind, you know? Get a healer. Yeah, boys. So someone left, which normally is a bad thing, but because one of the DPS left, we can now get a secondary healer, which makes this fight a whole lot easier as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
1 sec, Jack. I have it on mute now. You should be good to go. Wait.
Hey, what's up?
To do this. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. You were saying something about the animes. You and Jack.
Oh yeah, I'm reviewing an anime by it was created by Rooster Teeth, the same people that made Red versus Blue, the Halo stuff. It's an American made anime. It's not Japanese made, so it's got its own unique style. It's kind of different. It kind of throws you off the first season, but it's very unique. Have you going to be reviewing the Rachel Wilson on JRE on one of your
I have to do something in order to do it, because like last time I tried to do it with Andrew, the stream got taken down because it was Joe Rogan. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I see.
So we'll play it by ear. But even when I tried to do like just clips of it, it also took it down as well.
Man, that's so weird, because you should be able to review other people's stuff. It's so weird.
No, but it's just like the whole like licensing thing or whatever, like you were saying.
Well, yeah, but
like
I even have that
and say give them the actual code and say like this in your appeal, like the text box you have to appeal it, and then but it like I said, you're wasting like minutes off the stream just to sort that shit out when it happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I still got to talk to Speakeasy about the time I was on Verbal Combat, and for some reason YouTube keeps flagging my video and makes it where it's private instead of public, because it won't let me have it on there for people to watch because it's part of Speakeasy's channel. And I'm like, well, I don't get that, because he said it's fine, because I don't know. YouTube is so weird. I'm so glad that Rumble's actually decent. It's just they have a lot of ads, and their setup is just kind of, I see why people don't really go to it a lot. But I mean, I could say pretty much anything I want on Rumble though. That's the benefit. And on YouTube, you really can't say everything you want.
Well, like that's why I keep bringing up the fact that it's like they're so limited in terms of like what you can say or even do versus the other ones. But it just seems as though like it's able to get away with Moida. You know what I mean? Because like it's 30 fucking percent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like Witch was saying, like the like it should come on under fair use, and it should be a bit more lenient on that. But on the flip side to it as well, there could be like valid cases where it's like, nah, because when we ease up, people start doing this thing, and that where they actually start restreaming like actual content like copyrighted content, all this kind of stuff, just with the intention to get like tons of viewers off that one particular day, because then they can get the ad money or whatever. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
there's
I mean, I don't mind
Yeah, what?
people like doing commentary like how you do or other people do, where like they stop the video and they talk about it. That's kind of what I'm doing with the anime too. But like, because I don't feel like that's really copyright or takes away from the actual content. What I think takes away from the actual content is the type of people who, I think Andrew even addressed it in one of his things. It was people that were uh, like clipping his stuff and making their own channel out of it. And like, I found their channel on YouTube, I found it on Facebook, like, and it wasn't even him. It was literally some other people that was basically making money off of his clips.
Yeah, like it basically would take the whole debate and then just like not make any edits to it whatsoever, other than like for example, you see like where I have like the layout here, where it's like Europe here and all this kind of shit, and like let's say they basically do this to it, they put it on like the opposite side of the screen or whatever. You know what I mean? You just kind of basically take the people talking and just like, or do a different background. Let's say like instead of having this, they'd have, let's say, this as background of this conversation. Do you know what I mean? Which is like, you're not doing it, you're just clipping the debate and then just re-editing the background image. But it's like there was nothing got to do with that, where you're actually producing or adding value to the discussion being had. You know what I mean? Whereas conversely, you could take the same debate, for example, and like clip it down to like a 3-minute highlight reel, add was it like subtitles, do you know what I mean, like and like come at it from that, where it's like you're actually kind of making it more concise in terms of, let's say, these are like the highlight reels off the debate, so it's technically different content. You know what I mean? But even if I was just to, let's say, restream a live debate, that itself will get taken down by YouTube, because it's like you're just restreaming the same content again. You know what I mean?
I also figured out another way that people are getting away with it is if you use AI to add some aspects to it, you can use the content and then say that it's also made by AI, and that'll waiver out the fact that it's no longer the same content or what. I don't know. It's so weird.
No, but like that's what I'm saying in terms of like some of these channels, like an AI would do a better job off the video or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like you'd actually be able to make it and turn it into a clip. You know what I mean? But if you're telling me that you're just taking that same 3-hour stream and the same discussions being had, there's no editing whatsoever to it, and it's still literally that same 3-hour debate, like that's 3 hours of content that you had nothing got to do with, put no value into it whatsoever, and you're now trying to monetize off that.
Yeah, it would be like if I when I was reviewing the anime, if I just kick back and I'm watching it at the same time and I'm not even talking about it, like that would basically be the premise, that I'm just I'm stealing the content without even making my own by reviewing it and talking about why it's shitty or why it's good.
Yeah, like that would be one example of it. Another example is like with modern day debate, like they actually host the debate. They put it all in motion and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? And like their whole channel is to put those debaters in the ring and then to document it, and like they're filming it. It's like their own equipment and all this kind of shit that they're doing. Like that's the other thing. But if you're just like literally some random dude who's nothing got to do with Andrew, nothing got to do with like putting the debate up, had nothing got to do with the debate, you just come along and say, oh, this is a nice 3-hour debate by Andrew Wilson. I'm literally going to rip that 3 hours, do some put like a graphic in the background, move the profile pictures around so the AI or the algorithm can't pick up that it's the same content, and then call that quote unquote new content. You know what I mean? It's you kind of you then understand it from Andrew's point of view. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
And yeah, that's another good thing as well, William, in terms of the things that came up from the Wheel of Madness, like the whole kind of like ghost / like supernatural kind of like aspect. And I've kind of had that, like Easy was even like telling me about that. Like he has a song for it as well, like the Mystery Van Files and all that kind of stuff he done for me. So it's like that kind of like style or theme is something that I want to explore. I was even thinking about like having like a supernatural wheel, because there's philosophy, theology, but then there's also like religion and supernatural.
Well, not just
aspects to it
that.
as well.
There's a lot of stories that you could also go over too that you can use as content. Like just have an open panel and have a list of stories that you can go over and be all like what happened in this scenario, like you know what I mean? Or what do you
100%.
think they
But
were
like
experiencing?
the only thing though is that like if you're leaving it on a cliffhanger, if there's nothing really kind of like the thing that I'd compare it to, or the style that I'd compare it to, would be like the police interrogation videos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like the case files kind of thing. Like they walk you through the whole thing. Now it takes a lot of setup and time to nail and all this kind of shit, but to walk them through like the whole storyline, that like it's almost like an episode of Columbo or an episode of Sherlock Holmes or an episode of like stuff like that, because you're kind of basically saying, okay, here's the case. This is what we know from the beginning. Here's the prelude. Then you have like I said, you're going through the footage of the interrogations, and maybe there's 3 or 4 interrogations, and you're leading through the first one, and then the second one, third one, and then the third one, you're calling back to the first and second ones when the story changed, all this kind of shit. So it's like it's a good. There's a lot of meat to the bone there, but it does require a lot of setup as well.
Yeah, I like how Mr. Ballin kind of does his ghost stories and horror stories. Is like he reads all the dialogue. Like he doesn't show any that much of clips, or he'll probably show like some real like pictures or footage that they had from that day, like that contributed as real evidence to what he's talking about. But other than that, it's just him dialoguing the whole time, and it's really soothing. I mean, like, and Andrew's got the radio voice for it. I mean, you have an Irish voice, which you can ask anyone. Irish voices just have a tendency to be more appealing to the ears.
True, and like I said, there's a lot of different ways that you can go about it. Do you know what I mean? Because you can do it from the perspective of like, okay, this is the perspective where it's all this supernatural stuff is real. You can come from the perspective of all of it is just fake, it's fugazi, all this kind of shit. And then you have the middle ground where you're not really sure, you don't know, but like you're willing to hear it out kind of thing. So it has that kind of perfect blend between all the way from the skeptic to the fanatic, and the middle ground as well to it. And then from there, like I said, in terms of like certain things, certain stories, there are some that like have a lot of meat to it, but like for example, like an easy thing that I can turn into is just like quick like 2-minute clips of like spooky stuff happening on camera, but there's not much to really kind of weigh in on that, because like obviously like the arguments that are going to be there already before you even get into it is footage was manipulated, or it's AI. You see the way like I'm already kind of like, before we even get into particular content, I can already kind of like formulate the arguments on this kind of stuff. So I want to make sure that it's like we have like meat to the bone there. But like I was saying with like the Kurt Cobain stuff, there does seem to be a lot of meat to the bone. You know what I mean? Coming at it from like that angle of like investigating a case. If it has that feeling to it, then I think we've nailed it. And then, like I said, you can get like multiple streams out of it and all this kind of stuff rather than its own individual thing. But we have another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jack Blades. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what up? What up?
What's up, Jack? Yeah, I was like saying you could always like shit, this would actually be kind of funny. Just because I'm a good artist, but like tell me the story and send it over and I'll do the crayon drawing like they did for the
Yeah, I mean, but like that's the thing now, like with AI, I can just basically request AI to give me the crime scene of X case.
That's true.
As accurate as possible to the witness testimonies, and AI will fucking do it. You know what I mean? Grok will do it. I mean, so like that's why I was saying like this was like a potential idea. Like if it comes out, if I'm able to execute that that right aesthetic or that right style or theme of delivery where it's we're investigating a case kind of thing. And like I said, I even have like a theme song to it, like a title to it as well, and all this kind of shit. It's just about getting the execution right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Jack?
Well, I know you guys were. You mentioned Mr. Ballin, and I actually bought one of his books. The first one that he did, and
Oh, nice.
I wanted to buy the second one. When he came out with it, I just haven't done it yet, and now he's about to come out with a third one. But I also love him, and through him, I found Mr. Nightmare, which he's really good as well.
I was about to say, I found Mr. Ballin through Donut Operator.
Okay, that's another good one. But yeah, I always find that kind of like stories and stuff like pretty interesting, because it's a real life perspective, like stuff that you kind of think about, but you don't hear kind of the whole story of it all. I mean, you see some things with, like police body cam footage. I have a lot of channels for that as well.
Yeah, like I would really love to see Teriyok review police body cam, like the Hodge twins do. Like that's just fucking funny.
Yeah. There's a lot of there's a lot of good things to react to out there.
There's definitely potential. You know what I mean? Because like there's even like stuff like with that MIT professor. Like we could go through that shit and all that, because like I was you're able to dig out like the manuscript or the transcript of like what was in the video and like all these like particulars of the evidence as well, and you're able to, like I said, put this all against the wall and tie the red string together.
Yeah,
there's potential there, boys. There's potential.
Yeah, I watch not only a lot of like the police body cam footage, but I watch a lot of something like pretty much the same type of thing is like, they're tied together. They get the interrogation footage, they get the police cam footage, they get everything in between, interviews, everything. Like they tell all the story, like before and after with the trial and everything. And I know like some of those things are obviously done through Netflix and stuff like that, but I feel like there's like a certain kind of limit or style to those things that they have to remain in, where people on YouTube don't necessarily have to do that. So it's different, I feel like it's a lot more engaging.
But like, what would be the specific difference if you get me?
Well, like I said, I feel like there's certain restrictions when it comes to something like Netflix, where they probably don't want you to say certain things, or like I just feel like there's certain guidelines that they're probably following, where you can really get down in the weeds of it all and really investigate it on something like YouTube, where there's not as many restrictions. Like, of course, there still is a little bit that I think you have to work around, but they're not telling you, other than the set of rules that are established for everybody.
Were you saying if we interfere too much in the case?
No, I just think it's more engaging on like something on YouTube where you can kind of see the whole process where they go through it.
He's basically saying that an individual person has enough common sense and media experience to be able to to get the parts that that are logical to the sense of the scene, whereas Netflix or certain things will probably cover up most of the parts they don't want you to see.
Yeah, and there's more people. Like, so some people can do it, like one person can do it, or maybe they have like a small team that helps them with like editing and stuff like that. But they'll have the one people put this together, or this small team put this together, or it could be a larger project through Netflix where it's a lot more muddied, where I feel like it's a lot more engaging through YouTube, where you can kind of go through the rabbit hole a lot more. You can kind of get in the mind of the person. They're a lot better at telling the story.
Kind of like the Gypsy Rose story. Netflix made it seem like she was a hero, and then like social media is like, this bitch is crazy.
Yeah. So I think there's just a lot more freedom there. Of course you're not going to have total freedom, but I feel like there's more freedoms with something like YouTube than Netflix. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's just how it seems like. It just seems more engaging.
And that's what I'm saying, in because you're getting, like I said, the full kind of like picture, and it's not like dramatic music for this scene and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like delivering it, like we've all seen like the police interrogation videos and all this kind of shit, and it's like you're kind of like you're walked along the whole video, and it seems like it's like a linear kind of like story, whereas when you're on live stream, especially if, let's say if it's open panel, or if we have some sort of like panel incentive for it as well, there is the whole kind of like aspect of like either derailments or different things like that, or just dead air as well while I'm trying to look things up as well. So there's a lot of factors that there's a lot of factors that have gone into it that I've kind of is why I haven't kind of hit it with like the typical, because I think we're at 3 different shows at the moment. On a weekly basis, but I obviously want to aim towards 6, and one of those shows is that idea. But like I said, I have to formulate a certain pattern to it on the particular live that's not going to be like a chat and chill or a or a Wheel of Madness kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So different things like that. It's like are we going to have the open panel at all to it, and different things like that as well?
Well, I think it's just interesting to go through the line, and it's like, that's like something that with these cases that they have to do, like I said, do a lot of footage gathering and a lot of digging on stories and kind of getting into the mind of it, and obviously comes with practice. But I think if it's like something you're really interested in, it's at least willing to like give it a try, but like, for instance, like there was that one guy out there that he unalived his like 2 kids and his wife or something, and I forget what you're talking about. Yeah, it's the most popular one right now. It has been for a couple of years now.
The one that was like in the oil fields or whatever.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and he they visited the police body cam. They visited the house, and there was like, when they visited it was very eerie, and they caught a few like unexplained voices on police body cam, and they caught like a couple at least I believe maybe 1 or 2 figures, and that was unexplained as well. And that's just one of those things where it's like, you just know it's not being edited. So it's like kind of it's not like they were trying to prove this. They were just going in there trying to find, evidence and stuff like that, checking out the scene as they normally do. And they come across all this in review later, because at the time they didn't realize it. I think at one point they thought they heard something, and when they did play it back, they did hear it, but they didn't like analyze it like how ghost hunters now do and all this stuff. But since it's police footage, it's a more credible,
And like that's what I'm saying with AI, especially nowadays. Like you can, even if you can't get the video footage, you can get the transcript, and there's a lot of different ways or options at your disposal to do that. You can even get like the AI to like formulate that out in terms of a script, or in terms of like what I was saying, like that kind of narrative that you're getting towards it. So, like I said, there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah.
But it really does come down to execution. That's the only thing that I've been kind of iffy on, if you get me.
Yeah, for sure. And there's different ways to approach it. It just matters of how you go about it, and how passionate you are. And obviously, like I said, practice comes in with a little bit, because it might seem like at first when you do your first story that there was I wouldn't say inconsistencies, but you're very obviously you're very critical of your work, and I think even being critical of your work, you can still find flaws that you can universally admit, and that's just practice. The more you do it, the more you hone in on those things, you figure it out, you perfect it. But it's also sometimes find the right case. Even with Mr. Ballin, he's told his story a few times. He wasn't planning on doing this type of thing. I believe he was doing like stuff on TikTok or something like that, and he was doing something else. I can't remember what he was doing. I don't remember if it was like some dances or whatever, but he decided to post the story about these hikers. I believe it was Russia, and he said he went to he was with his family, and they went to I believe were at this like water park hotel thing, and they left and for a few hours and did that, and then he said he came back, he just happened to check, and he said that video blew up, like thousands upon thousands of views in such a short time. So you just never know,
True that, and shout out to Angry Amputee with the $2 says for the grift. He says, I'm finally back, been down now for a few weeks. I know that feeling. I mean, but when you get back in, bro, sometimes it has that extra vavoom. You know what I mean? You come back with that second wind. Oh, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Appreciate you kindly. We only need 2 more super chats. We only got, I think, 30 minutes left as well to hit it. I think we might actually avoid it. You know what I'm saying? I've got faith in chat. I got faith in this, boys. You know what I mean?
Wow,
my son totaled his car and I had to change my schedule. Holy shit, but bro, hopefully you are all safe and well.
It was good coming up for a short time, but I'm gonna get off, y'all guys.
100%. Appreciate you stopping by, Halfwood. Any shout outs or nuggets of wisdom you want to leave us with before you head?
Remember to wipe your ass.
Thanks for coming, Halfwood. That's fine.
And Angry Amputee says they're all good. Good to hear. Good to hear.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that, like that's the thing that like about the whole kind of detective-y or case file-y kind of like team, because like because I mentioned it with the Kurt Cobain thing. It's like, damn, like there was a lot, like people seemed very, very interested when we're going through that, and despite the fact there was Wheel of Madness throwing up the actual like diagram and all this kind of stuff, you're able to kind of like I say, like tell the story by like I say, like just doing it like through, like, let's say here's the crime scene, here's the thing, now here's the crime scene again, and then we're going back to, like I say, the testimony and all this kind of thing as well.
Yeah.
But it's also like you don't want, because it's also a genre thing as well. You want to make sure that it's not like as soon as somebody hears the case, then in the chat's just like, oh, I know this one. Do you know what I mean? It ends up with the wife or whatever, and you're like, ah, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? So there's a way to go about that as well, you know. And it was a speakeasy one as well. You know what I mean? Every 10 rounds of EK, Easy gets to step into the arena. You know what I mean? So shout out, props to Easy for that one as well.
Yeah, if I wouldn't have been busy today, I would have hopped up there, but I was busy.
It is what it is. I mean, sometimes our schedules get in the way. Well,
yeah.
Do appreciate
I just
stopping by
won.
here, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I had to stop somewhere. I'm surprised, honestly. Like I said, I'm honestly surprised I'm functioning. I've been up for a very long time on little sleep, but as we know, I've done this multiple times now. So, I guess I shouldn't be so surprised, but it just, and you've experienced this as of late too. But just being kind of off schedule sometimes and trying to get back on schedule. I know I'm gonna have to do that. So,
But like that's the thing. Sometimes you do have to make the sacrifice on the sleep. But like
yeah,
anytime that does happen, like you should try to make a conscious effort, like the next time you can or whatever, that you do try to make sure you catch up on it. Because that's one thing I've noticed ever since I've been doing the this tracking like my health through like the ring thing or the watch. I think they've got like a watch version of it as well now. Like I've noticed that it's like the when you go back through like the previous week or previous weeks and it's telling you how long you've been sleeping for. Like there's some nights where it's like 2 hours. I mean, and then like
yeah,
in 2 days or whatever time, then it's 14 hours. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
And when you add the 2 onto the 14, it's 16 hours, and it counts as out as being like 8 hours each thing. Do you know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah,
from my perspective, it's it's like your body like needs the 8 hours, and it will get it one way or another. And I find the
yeah,
more kind of the more controlled you are about that, the more you're able to like easily kind of keep into the same schedule or the same rhythm. Because once you get into like a brutal routine where you're constantly either just not getting enough or whatever, like that's when you tend to see bad things happen. You know what I mean?
yeah,
You start like freaking out about shit you shouldn't be freaking out about, or you know what I mean, you're missing deadlines, or you're not as focused as you can be, and all this kind of stuff as well.
yeah. I think with me and my schedule, it's just I take naps here and there, and that kind of recovers it because I just never know when I'm gonna get sleep. And since my job is pretty physical, but I can lean into certain aspects of it that help retain the energy. The only problem I notice is like when I go on like breaks or lunches and I go to sit down, man, it's like if I haven't had much sleep, I am fighting to not doze off. But what sucks is no matter how much that feeling is, I never could doze off. So it's that's the only part that sucks. It just it's kind of a loop, you know.
Well, yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It's difficult to do because, like you're kind of saying, that sometimes when you get that drowsiness, it's just impossible to fight off. There are kind of like things you can do. Like for me, particularly if I know that like I need to make sure I sleep for a long period of time, I can just get like a shit ton of like carbs or whatever, and like that just like basically knocks me out for like puts me in a coma for 12 hours. And
Yeah.
that does fuck me up in terms of like digestion for the next day and all this kind of shit. But if I have a couple of days to play around with and to make sure I get on the right patterns, like the waking up at the right hours and all this kind of shit, then like I said, it's basically a calculated risk you're willing to play. Do you know what I mean? Equally as well, like sometimes like if you need to fight through or you need to make sure you stay up to a certain time so then it resets that way. Again, like caffeine can be a very, very useful tool for getting that done. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know? And Angry Amber 2 saying 114. He's earmarked VK114 as that's the one he's going to take it down. He's going to be the champion. Now he's making the commitment now. Love to see it.
Hey.
When it says chat has been praying to put him in fairly roughly though, so he's played a lot recently. Hey, my man. I think it's like 140 to put easy in, on like a non, was it decade show. I don't know how to describe it, but like every 10th show, essentially, Easy's on. So it's if you want to put him in on like a random one, then it's 140. Chat took Speakeasy side about 2 months ago. Yeah, but that's the thing, because like chat likes voting against Easy, because then he has to do the moderation from the back. So it's just funny. Do you know what I mean? The king of VK, my man. We got without him in the show, it does lose distraction, so we deserve to win most weeks. And like I said, it's nice. You know, it's nice to have Easy win. You know what I mean? Especially, do you know what I mean? Like when it gets to when you're having like when I think like there was a stage where like Brick won it like 2 or 3 weeks in a row, whatever, and you're kind of going, you need a bit of spice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just I can't believe on that. Not obviously not this last one, but the one before that I was able to make it into the top 4 with you guys, and kind of being there with the heavy hitters. And a lot of people kind of give me compliments of, kind of being on my game for that VK. And, I noticed some slip ups just like I did with my debate, and certain things that I could, improve on, and that all comes with practice, but that was my problem, and I think I've kind of figured it out. It just I think it just half of it's like muscle memory, and I think that a lot of my problem was and obviously the hater there pointed it out, just saying like a lot, stuff like that, just not being totally certain and set from the very beginning. But like I said, I think that comes with practice, and in a lot of those situations, I've been real nervous because this is not something that I've been watching for a super long period of time. I mean, I've been kind of following it for a little bit, but I've never been like, I don't know how to put it. Like I've never analyzed it and really like thought it through and really read up on things, especially if it's not like something like a wild card night or something where you can kind of either bring your own topics, or it could be something off topic or just random, where if you're in the VKs that are not wild card, they're very topic eccentric, and which is good because then you know what you're gonna be dealing with. But then that's also a double-edged sword because everybody else knows what they're gonna be dealing with. So, it's an even playing ground, and I feel like people have more experience in that field, and they know how to debate on that, on VK, because it is kind of different than it would be just a one-on-one or a regular standard 2v2, so you're going to have aspects where, like I said, obviously the chat is involved in that. I would have loved to get the character, but obviously I know that getting it there, I think a lot of people probably thought that I would have had an airhead about me because I won it, on my second time in. But I'm kind of glad I didn't win. It kind of gives me more opportunity to practice, because I feel like if I did win, not necessarily I wouldn't care as much, but I'd be like, hey, I got what I wanted,
Well, I mean, that's part and parcel of it, like, because you have the likes of Rob, Andrew, and all stuff, like they stop by, and even like now you're seeing like there was a mix of people there, and like that, like that's difficult to achieve because like everybody like talks about like echo chambers, all this kind of shit, but when you look at easy, it's like plenty of like left leaning people or people with like social mindsets and all this kind of stuff that come by. You never really know which one you're going to get hit with. And like you're kind of saying there, it's like, yeah, like you could have, let's say, a philosophy night and you're like well experienced with the philosophy and all this kind of shit, but then you get hit with a political night and then you're like, oh fuck, I ain't got nothing. You know what I mean? So it's there's a good kind of like mix and match to it, as they would say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And William pointed out as well, Chris holds the record at the moment for 4 in a row.
Oh, okay. That was something I was curious on, to see who had won the most in the row, who's won the most in general. What's been the fastest show, what's been the longest show. I know William knows all about that, so I've just been curious about a lot of stuff because obviously I've been very new to Easy. I knew him a little bit before that, but I didn't really like kind of visit. I was very I wouldn't say stuck, but I don't know what you would call the word for that. Like, I just wasn't as interested because I didn't jump on panels, and then the whole thing happened, and I decided to give it a shot, and that propelled me to want to get on panels. And I know that there was a couple times in a row where I chatted with everybody and I said, hey, I would like to get up there, I don't feel confident, because I don't know very much. I'm not like Jay Dyer. I'm not reading philosophy books. I'm not, I'm starting the Bible, but I'm not fully like Christian. So I can't come at it from any of those perspectives. I know a little bit about politics, but I'm not super, knowledgeable. Like, I'm not this machine with politics. So I don't feel like I have a strong suit in any one thing. Like, I just have to rely on what I do know, and then what I can like think of, like what makes sense, and then try to use logical arguments to explain that.
Yeah, no, like 100%. And like Creator Witch is saying as well, I don't follow left or right. I'm just his mod. But that's what I'm saying with Easy. It's you're not getting like that echo chamber. You know what I mean? You're getting that mix of people where it's like they don't play into this duck season, wabbit season, left team versus right team, blue team versus red team. Like that whole jive. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I kind of like
that
it
healthy
there.
mix,
Yeah. Yeah.
And like,
which is nice because
yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, because William was saying as well, like Brick 139, 42, 43, 44, 46, and 73. Like, Brick was on a rampage there for like a hot hand. He was playing on a heater. And then I think like Chris had, because I think after that was when Chris went on his rampage. So it's like there's a lot to it. You know what I mean? Whereas like people think, oh, this guy will always get it, whatever. But you've seen like with Brick, where it's like sometimes you just get the right run. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get her done, as they say.
Yeah. And I think that's always the interesting thing since finding it is not only, the sides of the debates and, and VK and, that now the stuff that he's doing with Rob, which is thoroughly enjoyable to see what kind of topics come up with that. And, that's not, that's kind of open to everyone kind of situation, which is, I think it's really special, and I think not only that, but the VK being really special with how he's doing that and how he's he's handling that, and the opportunity that's kind of given other people to figure out like themselves and kind of bring in discussions together. I think debate is really crucial, you know, and this also comes back to your show in the Wheel of Madness, just bringing up topics and like discussing them and actually like changing minds. Like I've had some certain things that I felt like I was looking at, because I always try to look at both sides of things, no matter what it is. And I feel like with something like that, and a person like Easier yourself can take that the other side and make you think about it to where you're like, oh, I didn't, like, I thought I had thought of it all, but you know, I didn't think about this, and you really actually are changing minds, you know. And I think that's beneficial, because that's shaping your worldview. Like even Andrew says he's been wrong about things before and has added it to his worldview because he didn't see it that way.
And like that's what I'm saying about being able to strengthen the argument. You know what I mean? Where it's like, if you can incorporate, if someone has a critique and say, well, what about this? Like you could say, oh, well, that's just a whataboutism, I don't have to worry about that. But you could also give them like an answer or perspective that actually encapsulates in that, like what they perceive as, oh, this worldview just cannot address this problem. It's like, no, it actually can address this problem. I mean, it just does it in a different way, you know? And like I said, in terms of that, you know, that's what like changing the mind is, you know what I mean? Also, Puffy McLeod won 3 Robo Combats as well. So, boys, ladies and gentlemen, you have no excuse. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, if a Cloud can win Robo Combat, you guys can win Robo Combat. You know what I mean?
But yeah, that's just. I mean, we've even seen it on that VK. You know, Horseradish. He kind of changed his mind with. You know, they brought it up to him and say, "Hey, what about this?" And he was like, "Oh shit, I didn't think about it that way. That's a very good point." You know, and I think that takes a person, because there are places and people where they get staunched in their point, and they're like, I'm not going to budge off this. But I feel like a lot of the time, that also comes with a weird territory, because you know, if you're in enemy territory and you're having a debate, obviously you don't want to secede something that's going to be beneficial to the other side of the argument.
100%.
But I think if you're just having a regular discussion, there's no reason not to be like, oh yeah, I didn't see it that way. You got a good point. And I think that I just try to do that. I just try to learn and go, yeah, that's a good point. You know, that's why even the debate between me and Easy, I seceded a lot of things to him, because he was right. The 1A auditors could be better about their approach. But I also come from a place that I'm not out there. I'm not a 1A auditor. I'm just observing. They're actually out there, you know? And even though I think they can handle it better, I'm not also out there. So who am I to say? You know? We just come up with opinions, and, you know, we see what we see, and we form those opinions off that.
Like that's what I'm saying in terms of the power of like being able to influence, the power of changing minds, you know?
Yeah. Well, just even that is like it was like watching the Rob Circa thing, and then just kind of watching that, and then the old lady got on, and then finding out that she was a 1A auditor. I was like, it was a difficult dilemma to be in, because I was like, it was almost changing my mind, you know, because I was like, man, like there can't be anybody like it can't be, like I just didn't think they were that stupid, like you know what I mean, like I don't know, like I was just like, I don't know. It's been a weird like 2 weeks. You know, like going from that debate and having you as the mod, and I couldn't ask for a more perfect thing. You know, he didn't tell me intentionally that you know you were going to be the mod, but somewhere in the back of my head, I was like, I feel like he's going to get, because we had kind of had discussed it on like a future kind of debate, but I didn't expect it to be right then and there, and obviously you didn't either, and I think it turned out pretty well. You know, like I said, I could have done better arguments, but I'm glad that you modded it and we got that chance and we got to try it, and maybe that's something that could happen in the future. You know, and it could be you, uh, it could be someone else that gets that opportunity. Like I think that's cool. You know, and then the more we get that popular, the more it's going to be obviously successful. So, you know, I also want to get the Nerds of Reason side at least somewhat up to par with the Swords of Reason stuff. Like, I think that would be pretty cool, because then we can kind of get all sides, as he's saying. You know, if you have a disagreement and you can come to like a debate and talk about this thing and make it interesting, why not? It doesn't matter what it is. Obviously, we want to focus on more important issues, and I think Swords of Reason is the more important thing. But it's cool to have those downsides just like this, and a chat and chill where you can just chill and you can watch your favorite streamer play a video game and just kind of chill, you know, especially after like a hectic week like this. Um, you couldn't ask for anything better, really.
Exactly. As I'm getting chased down by a fucking space lizard. But I get what you're saying, because like I said, that's what I'm kind of trying to go with the different things that we've tried. Because if you notice for example, we changed up the schedule. Like we were doing the Wheel of Madness on the after the we done it on the Friday and the Saturday, so like basically just before and just after the VK.
Right.
But like I think even William was saying in chat as well, like he likes just having like that nice kind of like chat and chill environment, just kind of like to de-stress from the, like, think of like the green room after the show kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like that whole kind of aspect. Which, like I said, kind of it makes sense from that perspective. But in terms of the in terms of the like you were saying, like the like verbal combat itself, like having like also kind of mixed in with the Swords of Reason and Nerds of Reason, all this kind of stuff. The reason why I think like Nerds of Reason is an important one to do is because like you're going to be taking a topic that most people aren't going to have a strong feeling of either way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which to me is an important thing, because that's going to actually then train your skills in terms of being able to identify like what is a good argument, what is a bad argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like what is a like good debater versus a bad debater. Because if you lose a debate that you shouldn't have lost in terms of like the Nerd of Reason, you should be then kind of saying like, why was I not able to make the argument? And it's more likely than not that you weren't able to emphasize the key things that were important to it. I think the one that we reviewed had to do with Zelda,
right?
And even from that, there was like a lot of like just raw debate analysis we could apply to it, like and actually kind of say, well, we could build better arguments even though we have no idea what Zelda even is. I mean, I thought the dude with the sword was called Zelda, but that's not actually the case. It's the he's called Link.
Yeah. I thought that for the longest time too, because I've never been a huge Zelda person. Like I think I either played Majora's Mask a little bit. I think my cousin had it or something, and we played it a little bit. And I played it here or there, or watched people play it. I kind of know like the characters in the story somewhat, but yeah, that was a surprise to me, because I thought I thought Zelda was the one with the shield and the sword, you know, the main character, and then turns out it's the chick. So I was like, what? That was kind of a funny, eye-opening experience when I guess you kind of feel bad because you're like, well, that doesn't really sound like, you know what I mean? Like a male character name from when it was made, you know? So that was a little weird.
And like that's what I'm saying. Like the in terms of like the debate itself, there's a lot of different ways to go about it. And thank you as well, William, for reminding me to reset the super chat goal. Because again we hit it with the Jack's gifted membership, so we got another hour until the forced grift break. Or if you guys don't want the forced grift break, you guys can prevent it, of course, by hitting the YouTube goal, the super chat goal. Only need 10 $2 super chats to prevent the grift break and also get a premium meme. Speaking of which premium meme would you like, Jack? I forgot about your one.
Let's talk about me.
Hey, Jack wants to talk about me, so ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna talk about me.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED 1080p 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what the society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
You're goddamn lucky. Who you're looking at right here, boys. One sec. Roto and Sans, please off healer in last phase. A couple of insta cast heals will save him.
But yeah, I totally agree with you on the Nerds of Reason thing, and that's why originally I wanted to face JS, because I know he was interested in the Dragon Ball stuff, and he had been asking for someone, so I wanted to do that with him and take an opposite side. And I felt like that would have been a good start, but then I kind of Easy brought that up, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna back down. Like, part of me was like, oh man, I don't know if I'm ready for this, but I just went, no, I'm not gonna get another opportunity like this. I need to jump on it.
Hell yeah, brother.
So
that's the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's like if you get like your opportunity, you're never gonna get like the perfect like moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where like just the stars align. Like maybe like, you know, like once in a lifetime it might happen or whatever. But in terms of like these opportunities, you gotta be able to seize the day, jump at the opportunity kind of thing. You know what I mean? Which again is difficult to do, especially because like I was explaining with the whole Destiny debate, this is how they do it. They do the whole fucking like setup thing. Like this is a debate or discussion from like 3 or 4 years ago, and it's been like finely tuned and perfected since and all that kind of shit. Like they're going to have those quote unquote opportunities and chances for you, but it's like, how are you going to capitalize from it? How are you going to be able to demonstrate, like to expose what they're doing? Do you know what I mean? And like I said, you have to be able to come at that from a high mind, and not like high as in drugs, obviously, but like from that like high level perspective, being able to see it kind of like map out and react to it in live time to it as well. Because if there's one thing of like being able to watch Andrew Wilson or Jay Dyer or Jim Bob or Easy or like any of these like great debaters, but it's another thing of being able to actually execute it. And on top of that as well is then be able to formulate your own arguments as well. So it's like, you notice when when Andrew's going on Joe Rogan, like he's going there and he's laying out a worldview. He's laying out something in the discussion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like that's what you're inevitably going to be aiming towards. So you got to be able to hit something with new ground, other than, well, basically I had this dude on and he was just giving me like everything that like Andrew Wilson was just talking about, or that like Speakeasy was just talking about, and all that. And the only way you're able to formulate that shit is that actually if you think about this shit in your spare time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of people want to the Andrew Wilson treatment, but don't necessarily understand why he gets that treatment or why he gets that respect. It's because he's formulating this stuff from these particular worldviews, because like from these perspectives. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, and there's a lot to that. You know, you form, like I said, your opinions too. You know, sometimes in loss and changing and tuning. And I think also, um, you know, he's very adapt to it, and obviously it's through practice. You know, even if you look at like, you know, because I've kind of got back on, and sometimes they'll post clips of it, but going back on his footage and to realize how far he's come, and just fine tuning and perfecting that argument, you know, and to what he has now, I think is huge, you know, and I think that's what every debater can kind of learn from and do on their own. You know, they're not going to be the same as him, but we can all affect in our certain ways and perfect it and tweak it to our degree, just as he's done.
100%. And I think from, but like from the aspect that like I'm trying to like caution off is that it's very easy to kind of like just read off the same script that you've heard from Andrew. You know what I mean? Like just like basically try come up or try to simulate the same gotchas or the same things like that, which to me can be like it's not necessarily a bad thing, especially when you're just like first getting into it and all that. But like I was saying, in terms of like when you're having that sit down and you're actually given the like what you would go as your prescriptions, or as your kind of like, this is what we should do. That in and of itself, like I said, you got to make sure that it's like you're formulating your own things, because you're going to be then questioned on it, like live, like for realsies. You know what I mean? Like we ain't fucking around anymore. This is the real game. All this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Because part of being an influencer is like people are going to hang on your words, and how would you come about that, or how would you handle that? That's another thing entirely. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things at play here.
Yeah, and that's something. Maybe I'll have to deal with that. You know, kind of down the road, and you know, if I ever kind of fully start my YouTube, that I'll kind of go down that road. You know, you've been kind of dealing with that since the, you know, you're probably dealing with it before, but now, especially since the Destiny thing, it's always crazy to me to see the other side to it. You know, where Easy's dealing with all this crazy stuff. You know, and you know, you try to think about it from the perspective of like putting yourself in that shoes, and like how you deal with it, but it's harder than it looks. And I don't know how I would deal with it. I might say, oh yeah, I'll do this, this, and this, but until you get there, you really don't know. And I think that's a you know, he's been dealing with it for a while now, you know, but that just, it's kind of crazy how he can go from like this kind of very serious stream to VK where he's laughing with everybody, and he's not taking it personally. Like he knows how to deal with it now, and I'm sure maybe earlier on it was kind of a little bit more different. But he's kind of been dealing, like as he said multiple times, he's kind of been dealing with this for a long time, and that's what I respect about him, is that, you know, he's going through all these situations, but then can turn around and literally just laugh about it and have a good time, and not let him seem like it's bugging him, which I know is it's getting to them. You know, it's bugging the people that are literally trying to hate on him or that are trying to impede or whatever their issues are. You know, even I had a taste through that debate in the after panel with all the contentious stuff that came up after that. You know, I was kind of apologizing to him. He's like, "You don't have to apologize, man." And I know he was saying, you know, obviously he's dealt with that, but even just having the one hater that was getting on me, which I believe it was the same guy who got on me last time, and he said the exact same thing. And I was like, dude, I'm fucking new. Like, I don't know if you expect me to be perfect, because I'm not, you know? It's just comical, you know?
Yeah, I was on mute and of all like the attention distraction, all this kind of shit. Split focus, but we finally did it, Jack. I don't know if you've seen it. Like I literally had to throw two heals as the fucking tank. I had to throw two heals into the healer to make sure he didn't fucking die. But we did it, boys, and most importantly, we got the fucking bracers. You know what I mean? So it's like, hallelujah.
I think
boys and
I think that
girls.
deserves the gentleman start your engines if you ever did find that.
Yeah, man. Like I told you, like as soon as we finish the dungeon, we'd get that, right? So one second, let me get that shit loaded up where it's
That's a great clip.
But this is basically what it's like in Iran at the moment. If anyone was wondering, why I've been like, because again, like you get your hopes up so many times because you hear about Iran and is this going to be the case, all this kind of shit.
Nerds and Motorsports, the star of Universal Pictures movie. I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry, Kevin James.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your
Iran's getting some of that democracy, boys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, shout outs. Hopefully, like I said, it's an actual thing. But like apparently, like Israel and all that kind of shit is like they're leading the charge and all that kind of shit. So there's that.
Yeah.
So there's possibilities, Jack. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't caught up on the story on that yet, so I don't know too much of kind of what's going on. But I did see where they were doing a live stream, so. But I don't know the whole ins and outs of what's all going on.
Well, like basically, here's the thing, right? When you look at like all this like Islamic terrorist cells and all this kind of shit, it's like there's one country that's basically fueling all that kind of shit, and it's Iran. That's basically been the base of where Islam has wreaked its terror and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
And if you know the history of Iran was basically Persia. Like when you talk about like ancient Persia, it's like it was Iran, but not only Iran, but up as far as like Azerbaijan, all the way to Turkey. Do you know what I mean? Like that was basically the Persian Empire or the Persian empires and all this kind of shit. And basically about like 50 years ago, the Islamists won, they took over and they done basically like Islamic communism. So like they went into the colleges and all this kind of shit and they said, you deserve more and all this kind of shit. Promised them all sorts with like I said, with both the typical arguments you hear from the communists, but then also from the Islamists and say we need to go back to tradition and that they'll do this whole thing of like we'll bring back the Persia glory and all this kind of shit. All this bollocks, right? And then basically for like the past 50 years, like the Shah was overthrown or the king, and they were like, we want to give you democracy because you are citizens. Like the typical shit that like Islamic either Islam or communists try to push, where it's like what you don't have is what you actually need and all this kind of shit. And basically it's been an Islamic shithole for the past 50 years. But thankfully, we're starting to see some change. People have been rising up, and again, like America was saying, was telling the Iranians to rise up and to fight for the freedom, all this stuff, but there was no answers. But finally, this weekend, we're starting to see these strikes. But the thing about this is, you need to make sure you take them all out. Otherwise, like if they regain power again, the punishment that they'll enact on the Iranian people will be some of the most depraved shit you've ever seen in your entire life. So much so to the point that how can you even, like, as a feminist, like, how can you even fucking stand for any Islam as a Western and all this kind of shit? So, like I said, there's a lot to it, Jack, to say the least. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured with it, but I didn't know all the ins and outs, especially with like what's happening. Like, I guess that would have been since what yesterday at some point, right?
Yeah,
that type of, huh?
Yeah, it was kind of like technically, it's difficult to tell the time zones, but yeah, like
Right.
just for sake of brevity, yeah, basically like it started yesterday, we'll say.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if it had been before that or if that was kind of the starting point to that. I know that there's obviously been things, especially with the bunker busters and stuff like that. That was earlier, last year, I believe, yeah. And then that's all I've pretty much fallen up to, other than the back and forth kind of talks that they had about them. But yeah, I feel like, I don't know if it's a general cop out, obviously, but just that area of the world, very contentious, and just very hateful, and I think obviously all of us would wish that it would just stop, but that's just wishful thinking. But like I said, I don't really know too much. I only know what I kind of hear, but I do know that a lot of around that area is just very bad. So obviously I wish I got better, but it doesn't seem like they're learning their lesson,
But it's not even a thing of like learning their lesson per se. It's because of like the vast amounts of like resources and all the stuff that's in the likes of Iran, just in terms of that whole like land aspect. Like people are going to fight over it and to try lay claim to it and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, fundamentally, when you look at like the ideology itself, that to me is the thing that needs to be culled or to be taken out, is because, like, fundamentally, when you look at some of the shit that they're saying, it's like look at like Saudi Arabia. Like Saudi Arabia, again, not the best place, and like they do have like Islam, or the monarchy is backed by Islam, but they're far more kind of for at least kind of like trying to make progress with the West and give up on this like failed dream of trying to wipe out Israel. Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot to it in terms of the history and the different cultures and different people on this kind of shit. But fundamentally, if we can't even agree that that Islam is bad for Israel, then like where can we stand? And like before anybody does the whole thing of like Zionism and all this kind of shit, it's like nowhere in the Israeli books is like, yeah, like wipe out the Muslims, but it is in the Quran. You know what I mean? So like, when are we going to call a spade here? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think you just got to know everything, ins and outs and actions, and it's just I just don't know why. It just seems to be mostly, we have other problems obviously elsewhere, but it seems like mostly people are I don't know if I want to use the word civilized, but that's kind of what it is, and that's the thing, is like, I don't think it has to be like that. Other places are doing it just fine. I think it's a long process that it's been a long time coming. And I think when you get into that kind of head zone and with the religion and all that, I think that, it, like I said, just been a long time coming. It's they're just ride or die. And I don't know. I just obviously that's not beneficial. When a lot of places, I think, have realized that and have been very adjustive.
But I mean, as an objective observer, like, can we even make the case that like Islam hasn't been a complete shit show for Persia or
Oh,
Iran
for
in
sure.
particular?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, they've been a thorn in everybody's side, it seems like.
So then,
I don't think it's just the U.S. They just happen to hate us pretty much, what, the second most? Maybe we're the most. Who knows? I don't know.
yeah, America is the big Satan. So it's like there'll be tons of posts that would like try to feed into like the anti-Semitism vibe, where they'll say, "Oh, like Israel is Satan," all this kind of stuff. It's like, nah, like they're calling Israel the little Satan. They call America the big Satan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like I said, you have to keep a stern eye or ear out for this kind of shit, because when you start to hear some of these argumentations, like you're able to identify it as like an actual Islamic argument, but then you're hearing this be portrayed by like Piers Morgan, for example, is one of them, where he generally does not seem to tolerate any criticism of these, let's say, questionable nations like Qatar or like Middle East nations that have heavy Islamic influence on this kind of shit. But then, like I said, in terms of the like the argumentation used or like put forward, there's, let's say, a lot of red pill spheres, which might seem like something that's unrelated, because I thought we were talking about religion, now we're talking about dating, because a lot of the prescriptions given by the Quran would be the same prescriptions that are being, pushed in the red pill thing as well. So like this is where like a lot of people kind of say where there's like psyops going on, or particular kind of like lines being drawn in the sand. Like there's a lot of different terminology to express like that kind of phenomenon, where there seems to be people who are supporting particular ideas or particular groups that are actually anti-Western. You know what I mean? But they'll phrase it in a certain way where it's like, yeah, like look at all these like 304s and the West and all this kind of shit. Wouldn't be better if it was a more traditional environment?
Yeah.
And then, like I said, when you try to drill down on that and say, oh yeah, traditional like Christian, they don't say Christian. They just keep it traditional. They say religious or something like that. Do you know what I mean? They use that kind of like ambiguous language. So you have to like train your ear to be like, you hear something ambiguous, you deliberately drill down on that and ask for more clarification, or try to say, oh yeah, you mean Christianity, right? Or something like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like a typical example of that that you might have seen is like when Manar was on, and he was doing the whole like, oh yeah, like we're conquering Britain and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, you then have to lead him through the folly and say, oh, like just like Spain was, all this kind of shit. And it's like, yeah, I remember Spain in 700 AD, it was like 90% Muslim. Like we're fierce and we're a thing and all this kind of shit. But then you have to have, like I said, that little kind of like, what would it be called? Like a gambit kind of thing. You lead him down that path to then kind of say, then what happened? You know what I mean? And then you give him the mic, you give him the air, all thing, and he's like, and then he basically tries to run away from it and all this kind of shit. Those are the little things that you need to be. I wouldn't say it makes or breaks you as a debater, but it's like those are like the key moments where it can sway a whole debate. Where it could have seemed up until that point that like Manar is like coming on and like giving them the what for and all this kind of shit. But when you hit them, like even the Muslims themselves, like they'll have the exact same reaction to Manar, like all his like little fan base and all this kind of shit. they'll have the same thing where they're all silenced with that one thing. And then next thing you know, you're a fucking pork eater, you eat pigs, you're dogs. You know what I mean? All this kind of shit. Like I said, that's something that you kind of bring it up as well, like where like Easy's like people coming after him, like attacking him, all this kind of shit. I'd point out, like, isn't that just so happens a quinky dink when Andrew gets his Joe Rogan, and now that Rachel's on Joe Rogan now as well, that like that's a definitive moment where you can point to the culture changing, and Joe Rogan saying if Christianity was a pill, everybody would be on it. Those are key things being said on what would have been a lefty platform, a pro Silicon Valley, all this kind of shit, and now they're having the likes of Andrew Wilson and Rachel on, bro. You know what I mean? And then we start to see Gnostic Informant starts chirping up about Jay. We see all these attacks on Jim Bob. Jim Bob, like they mass reported him because of a toy gun on his stream to try and remove his streaming privileges on YouTube. We have this shit that went on with Easy, where it's like on the same motherfucking panel the night before, like Flo was there telling Emmett where, like if you bring up kids, you know what I mean? Like that's the thing with Easy, and then Emmett brings up kids, and then after that or before that, I can't remember which one. OG starts coming, the Orthodox cunt comes around, and he's doing this all thing, trying to square up the Easy and trying to talk shit and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And again, he brings up the kids. So I'm kind of going like, oh, all of this is just like a winky dink. That none of this has got to do with, you know, Andrew's like actually shifting the culture, doing what he said he was going to do, actually shift the culture, not just sell out for the latest book. You know?
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden we start to see not only attacks on Andrew, like the whole Panelverse thing that went down, but now you're starting to see a ripple across like everyone that like Andrew cares about or anything like that. You know what I mean? Anyone that just even supports Andrew, they're going after. You know what I mean? It's like, you're telling me this is all a coinky dink. All of you just woke up one morning and you all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Nah, these are jealous backbiters who were upset that like Andrew's actually doing what he says he's going to do, and he's not a fucking sellout. You know?
Oh yeah.
Same thing with
and that's a lot of the thing is with the stuff with Joe Rogan. It's like once you kind of have that, I think there was that clip that Destiny was like, oh, no, that's a joke. He definitely wasn't on Joe Rogan. Like I'd bet anything. And then, you know, lo and behold, he is. And now we had, you know, obviously Rachel getting on there. And that's one thing for one person to get on there, but then both of them to get on there. That just opens the door, like you said, that he used to come from this left leaning perspective, and now has more, I think, of at the very least, has a neutral aspect to it where he can kind of go, well, I can kind of have everybody on. And somebody like Andrew, very influential, and has this reach on his own, but then to get it, you know, that acknowledgement from Joe, which has a huge platform, that just upsets all these other people because they're like, oh, he got on Joe Rogan, and suddenly, you know, they're jealous. You know, that's all there is to it. You know, and this happened. You know, obviously all that happened before, like you said, with the Panelverse thing, and you know, and the recent stuff with, like you said, with Orthodox and stuff like that, and everything's kind of spawning. Everything keeps going, you know. And it's these, like I said, these past 2 weeks have been ridiculous. Not only just in debates, but just pure like talking points and things that are happening. It's just it's accelerating, you know. And what I see is that on the more kind of right side of it, there has been a lot more attention to it. People are growing. People are waking up, and they're joining the or finding the audience of these people, these debaters, these entertainers that are bringing these new ideas and even old ideas to the arena and making people think. And they're going, oh shit, they're right, you know. And I think to change that perspective, on people that are in the middle is very crucial. Because I think there are a lot of people that are in the middle that haven't decided one way or the other. That kind of, there's a lot of people I think that they want to stay out the whole thing, and I kind of used to be one of those people because I didn't see it from one way or the other, you know. So,
and as William would say, the perfect response to those motherfuckers are
a good day to you. All right, Fez. I said kiss my ass.
Yeah, I mean, tell them to kiss your ass, bro. Because like Craig Rich was saying, it's like easy help most of these people out. You know what I mean? Anytime they need advice, anytime they need a favor, all this kind of shit, and then to see the behavior, it's just like, you know.
Yeah,
like
yeah, go ahead. Oh, I was just saying, I just hate when they bring children into this. Like, that's so fucking low. Like, you know, he has that stance towards it. I mean, you've seen how how he reacts to those situations. He's obviously passionate about it. He's emotional, as he should be, and they just just keep doing it. You know.
But Jack, it's not even that. Like, it could be like if they brought up the kids and he didn't react to it, then it's see the way he's not reacting. Like, it's like the way that it's done in a particular way that, like, no matter what way you react, it's like bad. Like, he doesn't react, he's got no emotion, he's not human. You know what I mean? Or if he does react to it, would you see the way he's like so quote unquote easily triggered and all this kind of shit? And it's like, okay, notice how the conversation is not about the piece of shits that are like saying all this shit. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they're diverting.
You know what I mean? But like that's the whole kind of like what be the like that's the whole kind of like the
strategy.
Yeah, like that's the whole kind of strategy where it's like they're not actually there to debate, they're not actually there to get resolved. And like I said, the like when Andrew done the whole thing, like where Blow hosted the show, whatever, and they were going to get to the truth behind like this brigade or whatever the fuck that Andrew was accused of doing. And like you seen it right there from the get-go. Like, who was the first person that Flo brought on? It was literally just some dude because like you seen it like right from the get-go that like all the claims that they were making on Andrew, he was like, no, actually it was this number. You guys said it was 2.5, but it's actually 5,000, and it was actually staggered. It wasn't instantly when I put out the videos and all this kind of shit. And he basically like completely broke down all the criticism. And then the first person on the show was to troll Andrew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Andrew'd gone for a smoke or whatever at that point, and then it was like literally just Jake just kind of going. It's like, bro, like, do you think this is like W points? You know what I mean, because like all this, like, like their whole thing is like, oh, like Jake sucks up to Andrew or whatever the fuck. It's like, okay, what are you doing to Flo right now? You know what I mean, Mr. Random Troll. And like to me, like that points out because like Sarah was in the background, like they were talking about Sarah, like that was the whole thing of like what Andrew done to Sarah, and Sarah was in the backstage of the StreamYard, and they already said that. And the first person that Flo brought on was a troll to try and provoke Andrew, which again Andrew sidestepped massively. So that whole show was just a thing of just to troll Andrew another time. There was no actual sincere thing of like, I'm actually sorry for what I done. It was, I want to double down now and troll Andrew because Andrew's no longer going to give me like raids, or he's no longer friendly with me, or he's walking away from me. Which again, Andrew is perfectly within his right to do, to just say, I just don't want to do content with this person anymore.
Yeah.
You know what
I mean, just look at what they did with Rob, you know, that was the same kind of similar situation. You know, they're kind of back there, and they even set it up, and she even went through the whole thing, or I didn't know they were going to do that. There's literally footage of you like agreeing to it and say, yeah, we'll do that and send them and do this. It's like you literally have the recording of you saying that, and then you deny all of it. Dude, it's on video. Like, how are you trying to deny this? Like, if someone had me dead to rights video, I'm just gonna admit it. That's what a good person fucking does, even if they done a bad thing. You fucking admit to it. They got you. Like, there's no reason to try to fight it after that point. I've never understood that. Maybe because they I guess the only way I can think of it is that they think that their audience is not going to go look. That's the only thing I can think of, is that they're just going to side with them no matter what. And I'm sure there's both sides have that appeal to it, that they do that. But it just seems like when I've had interactions with Easy, and granted it hasn't been very long, but the thing is, he gave me that opportunity. He didn't have to do that. You know, he could have picked a myriad of people who probably would have honestly given him a better argument, but he chose me, and that meant a lot to me. That really meant a lot to me. And with getting you, like I said, with the mod and everything, it was perfect, because you kind of been this, I wouldn't say, I don't know if mentor is the right word, but, you know, I've learned a lot by being over here. And it's cool to have you as the mod, and kind of Easy as this platform of debate, and something that we were both passionate about and talking about, and him giving the opportunity to me. It was so cool. And then have all these people just come and attack him from this situation of this separation with Rob, and you know, how they were treating him, acting like he was crashing out when he had every right to do that. And that's the thing, is, you know, they're just locals. They're just, you know what I mean? They're just trolls. And then it's all spawned from there, you know. And the thing is, it's all on tape. It's not like we're just making this shit up. And the funny thing is, it's just denial. And then from there, it's just trolling. It's just locale behavior, and then it's just pure speculation on trying to trap you in a situation like we just talked about. It's just crazy to me that like no one doesn't just see that and go, "Wow, what a piece of shit," you know? Like that's one thing you'll never catch me doing, is backstabbing someone. To me, that's the most despicable fucking behavior. When someone's been loyal to you, you got me as a ride or die, you know? Like I've never understood that, you know?
And like to tie it back into the VK topic of like the like, remember we were kind of talking about that whole thing of like emotional arguments versus logical arguments. And like I was stressing the importance of like the emotional arguments, because I knew a lot of people will kind of look at that and kind of say, oh no, it's like logic over everything and all this kind of stuff. Which to a degree, yes. But you also want to make sure that you do have like the other half to it, the logic on your side as well. You know what I mean? Because like I said, there's no point in making a logical argument if they're going to paint you off to be the devil. Equally enough, it's like there's no point of like painting someone off to be a devil if they're not actually the devil, because you're doing yourself the service and you're not actually respecting the truth. But when you have people like that, and like you do a stream like that where like literally the first person up is literally a troll, you're doing yourself a disservice, because you're like, the reason why they rely on that whole aspect of people not looking this shit up and all stuff is because typically it's on like a 6-hour stream, so to even get like the timestamp or anything like that, very difficult to do, unless it's like seen in real time and like someone's able to copy the link and all this kind of shit. But when they repeat the videos in front of them and they still deny them, is because they're already locked into their audience. They've already sold them a tale that like Andrew is this big you know, like this devil character that like he actually lies about what he says. He's not a true Christian, whatever the fuck that means, and all this kind of shit. So they're already locked in, and like they've kind of like amped themselves into this, like, or paint themselves into this corner. You know what I mean? And that's what happens when all you do is emotional arguments and you don't actually have like some sort of logic to adhere to. You know what I mean? Because like I said, like the emotional arguments to me is like you're conjuring an image and put them into their head. Now whether or not that image is truthful or not is irrelevant, because I'm following an end goal. Like I'm an instrumentalist and all this kind of shit. And that's why, like I said, I can't call myself a Christian, because like I'll do that shit knowingly, because to me it's like I might tell you a lie, but if that lie saves your life, I'll tell that lie every single I'll tell that lie every single day. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just realized that the daily for today was that actual boss that I just spent like 2 hours trying to kill. So I'm gonna have to wait another 20 minutes for a new daily. But sorry, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I don't know. I just I've been reserved on saying anything about it, but it just seems to like amp up. Like I just really want to support Easy because he gave me that opportunity, and even if he didn't, he's always been nice to me. I've always enjoyed his platform, and I know that he's a truthful, good person. And to see like someone that you even just somewhat know have to go through that, it's just it's so disheartening to think that because of these kind of I guess what's the word for it, kind of slight disagreements and these the kind of bigger things that happen, that people can't just be like, okay, you go your way, I go my way, we're not working together, and this and that, and everybody just goes their separate ways. But that's why I like Easy's, and you pointed out, is like VK, we have people that are more left that go on there and argue these points, or lefties that come over and argue debates. It's not like you said, what's the word you used? Like a hive mind. It's not a place
Echo
where
chamber.
it's like an echo chamber. Yeah, and I like that. I like when you, because that kind of builds your ideas. You get to bounce a lot more things off of. That's also potential of a change in their thinking, or maybe your thinking, or perfecting your own, you know, logical arguments and worldview. So I think that's something that you don't see a lot of places now. You know.
100%. And like that's the thing that like I often find myself like making sure I'm staying true to like what like I've kind of what I started with, or the main thing that I'm starting with. Always try to reset back down to, and you can do it like through, let's say, like not to sound too gay, but like to have kind of like a diary thing, or if you are doing the streaming thing, you can actually just go back to a particular stream and see like a previous video or a clip or whatever, and say, do I still hold true to that, or have I changed my mind on that? Why have I changed my mind on that? And coming out from like different avenues like that. And like there is a certain thing to it, like I was saying, like where like if I'm going against Destiny, like I know for a fact that like I'm not going to take anything he says on faith, but I'm also not going to do my disservice where I'm going to deny the truth either. You know what I mean? And like I said, it's that kind of like balance that you have to find yourselves in. But like I pointed out, when you give in to just pure emotional argumentation, you no longer can see the truth. You know what I mean? And what I mean by that is, like, for example, like you'll see like that question of like how are they able to do all this shit, like where they're being shown like a clip of them saying all this fucked up shit or whatever, is because they've already kind of done the work before it, or on the build up to that, to convince these people that watch them that, oh, like, do you see this? He says this, but what he actually means is this. And remember, Andrew did call himself Big Papa Fascist, and like do all this kind of shit. So it's like by the time that the other, like they're being shown the counter evidence, they don't believe it because you've already painted this false narrative off and all this kind of shit. And like I said, if you don't have any appreciation for truth or logic or the logos or whatever you want to call it, then that's basically inevitably where you're going to end up with. It's like the same thing with the nihilism. You know what I mean? If you're not able to ground anything, you will inevitably end up in nihilism. There's nothing to ground it to. You'll be lost in the wind or lost in the dust. You know what I mean? Whereas, like I said, when you look at like Andrew's done those streams where it's like your for example, like Brittany Ventney. Like that bitch should have been fucking like public humiliated, like 1,000 times over. You know what I mean? Like shit like that. You know what I mean? So it's one of these things where that like there's certain things that it's like they have their place. Now, getting back to the thing that's always thrown it easy with like the kids and all this kind of shit. Like as far as I'm concerned, you're a piece of shit if you're bringing like kids into any debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless it's, let's say, one around the trans thing or whatever the fuck.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or one of those things. But it goes to show their character. Like the fact that, like I said, you pointed out, it's like they noticed. Like that's why I pointed out. Like Emma was actually told this like the night before all the shit went down. And they still chose to do it anyway. And the fact that they know that and they can't claim ignorance. If it's not ignorance, then it has to be sinister. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the thing is I don't know the ins and outs. I haven't been here very long, and you know, other people have, but that's the thing is that at least I've been personally watching out for is you know, trying not to put my hat in the ring, I guess, in this is because I just, one, I don't know a lot, and two, I know that can kind of make you a target, and but I think at this point it's like even if you're just in an association with Easy, you might get that too, and that's the thing is like that's meant to be a deterrent, but that's the thing is like I don't see it that way. You know, if anything, that makes me want to do the opposite. You know, because you got to be able to stand up for each other. You know, in the space especially, and a lot of people talk shit from keyboards, and I just never, I never understood that. I think some things can be valid, but when you're just purely bringing up just pure bullshit, I just never understood that side of it, and all this has spawned off the stuff with the you know, the panel verse, like I said, and it's just jealousy. Like that's all pure, especially after you got him with Joe, it seemed to almost turn it up another notch. And they just can't help themselves, and it's just funny because it just like we're kind of just casually talking about it in what I would consider a non-emotional kind of way, where a lot of their discussion seems to be very like you said, you know, an echo chamber, to where it's like, oh, let's collectively beat down on this person. One, especially when they aren't in the room, and then two, in a lot of these spaces, they just mute because they know that if they let the person speak, he's going to obliterate them all, you know? And that's the point, is like when you have the superior upground to you, what are they going to do? You know, that's the only thing they can do. They can only launch insults and mute. And I don't think that's the winning side, obviously. So I've just kind of been, before this, just kind of been avoiding it because I know that kind of makes me the target by talking about it. But I think at this point, it just seems to keep happening. It doesn't seem like it's just going to go away. As much as I just want it to just do that, I think that's just wishful thinking. Like, I'd just be an idiot if I thought it was just gonna magically disappear.
This is why I do like the whole like Loki thing and all this kind of shit, because like you have to have that mentality that they're going to come for you anyways. You know what I mean? Because you were saying that, oh, like if you're on like if I was on their side, then they wouldn't come after me. It's like, no, they eventually go after their own. Like we're seeing with the left, like they'll eventually eat their own.
Oh yeah,
you will no longer be able to hold the impossible standard, all this kind of shit. But the one thing I noticed, like how to accurately define, now, well, not let's say an accurate rule of thumb way of measuring it, is that just like, see, what are they talking about? What is the conversation about? You know what I mean? And if the conversation is about a topic or a prompt, like you see on VK or like Swords of Reason or like Anthony Easy does. It's always like you're talking about a particular ideology or you're talking about a concept or whatever. But what I've noticed with like these other people is like their streams are always about people. You know what I mean? They're always talking about someone. And then, like I said, they do the whole like tactic where like Andrew could be making a case for, let's say, Christian nationalism, whatever. And they'll make comments about Andrew, but not about his argument. You know what I mean? And it basically becomes into this one big like ad hom fallacy where they're just making attacks they're making attacks on Andrew without actually like dealing with his argument or the actual argument that's in the clip. You know what I mean? So that's another kind of like way you can kind of like you can see it kind of real time with these people. And then like you'll even like you see on the chat and like chat's joining in, all this kind of shit, and then you kind of like start to have this thing where you kind of you become red pilled in a way, and you realize, oh my god, there's like so many people that are like so stupid they buy into this tactic, they buy into this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh fuck, the world is fucked, and you can fall down that whole rabbit hole or that like it basically turns into basically a black pill which gets you back to nihilism and all this kind of shit. But that's fundamentally like how they're able to get away with it, because they rely on that whole kind of like on the ad hom and like people not realizing that they're not actually engaging in the argument, they're just engaging in character assassination, all this kind of shit. And like I said, you can turn that into a big 6-hour stream where it's like you're not actually talking about the points that they're making, you're just talking about the person. And it's you know?
Yeah. It's they don't have an actual clear precise argument for whatever they're debating unless it's some, like you said, personal attack on someone or like ad hom or something like that turns into this larger debate where everybody joins in and says, oh yeah, this is my piece and that's my piece, and ultimately it's the same thing. And like you said, the left eats its own, and we've seen this multiple times. And that's something that I think is well documented. And that's the thing is, like, I think most people that are on that side, they don't think that's the truth of it all. But in the reality, they're gonna find out the hard way. And I would say I feel bad, but I really don't, because you've been given the warning, you've seen the evidence, you know. So I don't know why you don't think it's not going to happen to you. It's like people that you know, leave their door unlocked, let's say, and then they're surprised when, you know, somebody breaks in. You know, they just walk right in. You know, it's like you had to know that was coming at some point. Like you were asking for it, you know, and that's kind of how it is, you know, and it's really unfortunate because it doesn't have to be like that. Like I said, there's a lot of people in the center. I feel like that they just want to be away from it, and they just can't decide what to pick because they just kind of want to be out of it, and I don't blame them. But at the same time, it's like at some point, if this becomes a more serious thing, you're gonna have to do some sort of that, you know, and whether it be like, oh, this is what we're kind of getting behind, and then the other side goes, okay, this is what we're getting behind. And really what it seems to, from all the evidence that I've seen, is what it comes down to is like Christian ethics versus everything else, you know, all the degeneracy.
But I mean, like that's what I'm saying. Like with the analogy of like are they talking about people, or are they talking about like the actual topic?
Yeah.
And it's like the same thing you were able to. It was probably most clear when you were looking at like the whole manosphere, like womanizer type thing. Like all their streams would just be about like, here's X woman. Let's compare, contrast, looks to this other woman, all this kind of shit. And it's like, you're not really telling me like breaking things down. Like, for example, a comparison of I've seen like Easy make this point as well. Like in terms of the like, why is Christianity important for like the red sphere, red pill spheres? It's because like, why are you getting with the women's?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what's the end goal here? You know what I mean? That's what's missing from the red pill when you take away religion. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's that. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
We got Angry Amputee in chat says, my wife opened a tote with March stuff in it. So many shamrocks and leprechauns. What can I say? It's like our month. It's like our own month. I mean, we just need to take the rainbow back. You know what I'm saying? From the LGBs, you know? What the hell? Hit that like, you dweebs, from Not Fault there as well. And like, just to let you know as well, the panel is open. So if you want to join in the conversation, hit the link if you want. Like I said, I'm just waiting for the data to reset. Okay, it's already reset now as well, so we can get going on that. But we're just chilling. We're just chilling, chatting, chilling, as they say.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I just think it's just.
Go
ahead.
I was gonna say, if there's anything else that's been on top of your mind, because you're kind of saying like the past couple of weeks are a bit crazy. You're saying that there was a lot to think about as well. Is there any kind of like topics that you've got planned coming up, or anything like that been on your minds?
You know, obviously the thing with JS. Hopefully we can get next week. I think Easy said he's gonna shoot for Saturday, since me and JS's schedule are a lot opposite. Yeah, I hate to do that because I know that Easy likes a lot of time with his family, and I want him to have that. But I'm very fortunate that he's willing to do that for me. Just like he gave me that debate. So hopefully I can make that good with JS. I know he's excited about that. As well as once Crazy gets better, do an interview with him, hopefully. And then maybe I think something with Vintage as well on his channel, furthering the 1A auditing thing he wants to do. So we're going to talk further about that. I think maybe like reviewing footage or whatnot. But I think that's about it, really, with that stuff. I mean, I think with the week thing, or the past like 2 weeks, you know, obviously having that debate, and then I went on JS's Discord chat for the first time, which was that was crazy, being on there. I guess they have crazy discussions as well. I think it's so interesting to go to everybody that has been a part of VK or Easy's community that has their own channel that's like a a panel or a chat of some kind, and just you know, they kind of got their own fan base along with everybody that kind of tunes in, and I think it's so interesting to kind of have the interactions with the community, a part of those channels. But having that crazy discussion on JS's, it seemed like every time I was hopping on a panel, something crazy was going on. But to be fair, I guess that's been a lot of time when it seems like I hop on panel. So I don't know if it's just me or it's just crazy things just tend to happen a lot in general. And I just happen to be there probably, but obviously the the Robin Circa debate and the First Amendment lady coming up afterward. That's what tore my schedule up for today. And then I I got a few hours, and then I went to work, and then I've pretty much stayed up since. And I watched VK, and then now I'm here. But yeah, it's just been a crazy 2 weeks, just the debates and everything that's happened in between. Like I said, it just seems to be kind of accelerating. A lot of things going on. I mean, they were before, but just in like your own experiences with the Destiny thing, it's similar to mine. I think just on a bigger scale of you got the opportunity and you can't turn it down,
Yeah, 100%. And like I said, in terms of the if you want to fill the folks in terms of what went wrong with Crazy, because Angry Amputee is just back. I think it was something like with his hand, like he got his hand caught in the door or something like that, and then it was just like blood all over the place. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, something like that. I think he was doing because I don't know. I don't really talk to Crazy that much, but I think he does like some type of towing or something. And yeah, he got his hand caught somewhere, something with his hand, and yeah, there's blood everywhere. That's what he said. Hoping, to a speedy recovery. He said he got stitches, so it's definitely somewhat serious.
And what do you think the conversation you're going to have with him is going to be like? You know what I mean? Like, do you think it's going to be? Would you have a particular thing you want to make it about, or?
Well, I mean, I imagine that it'd be more in his category. I don't know how that will go. I don't know if he has like pre-planned questions, because this is just something that he started. I think the first one he did with I think it was JS. So maybe I can go watch that and see what maybe questions he has. I don't know if it will be like personal, or if it will just be like like basic questions, or I really don't know. I mean, I'm willing to go anywhere with it. I'm not too much of a private person. Like, I don't really care about a semblance of a private thing, because even if I have a YouTube and I do everything that I want to do, like, I just don't think that like I'd be happy with just hitting, like, eventually, no matter how many years it took, eventually hitting 1,000. And I'm sure that was an accomplishment for you when you hit that. So just getting there, I think, is one thing, and then you can kind of go from there. Like, everything's a milestone. Obviously everybody shoots for a 500, 1,000, whatever it might be. I'm a person that's just chill in general. However, so I'm happy with any type of engagement or anything I can do, like, for the community. Hopefully I can get the same community. I love this community. That's why I donate and believe, because I like it. It's been very welcoming. I like the ideas. It's just a good place. You know, there's a lot of honesty there. And like I said, I come from I don't
Land Down
backstab.
Under?
Yeah, Land Down Under, yeah. But you know, it's yeah, I just really like it. So it doesn't really matter. He can ask me anything. As long as I'm not, you know, TOSing or something like that, I'm pretty open to it, you know. I'm not a person who cares about a private life. So if people did find me, like I'm pretty sure last night before I got off work, I got hacked. So I'm pretty sure they're already trying to get at me. So,
Well, like, because like when you're looking at like the interview kind of aspect, which is kind of what caught my curiosity when Crazy was mentioning it, is that it kind of is that kind of like podcast setup where it's like you're saying in terms of like the person's probably going to come up. But like the way I kind of think about it is like, okay, you have the mic and the world is listening. What are you going to say? Like, what's going to be the main thing that you want to talk about? You know what I mean, which again, like I said, it's not like it's Joe Rogan, but it's still kind of like that mindset that you got to be in, where it's okay, like, what do I have to say? What is the message that I want to preach? You know what I mean?
yeah. I feel like that's a good question, you know. I feel like you know, it's going to be different from how I am in the future, and I think anybody could really say that, but you know, obviously with me reading the Bible and getting into that, I think that will change some things. But as like the here and now, like I said, just honesty and like debates. Like, I think those are very crucial. And if I could convince people to getting more into debating and arguing their worldview, the more people that we have in the space, regardless of side, I think is beneficial. Obviously, I'd like it more on one side than the other, because you definitely want to see like your worldview, your perspective be on top. But I just generally would just like the discussions, regardless of what it is. Like, even if you have a bad mic or something, or a bad like cam or whatever it might be. You know, I'm literally using a headset. I don't even have a PC. You know, I'm hoping to work up into that. So maybe that will be some part of the discussion. Where do I plan on going in the future? Like, what's my worldview? How do I feel about certain things? You know, what's my background? You know, just stuff like that. Like, even just things that are personal to me, or you know, that are just personal about me. I think people getting to know you and your background, I think, is very beneficial. They don't need to obviously know everything. But, you know, I'm just willing to answer pretty much most anything, you know, and I definitely want to, I think in the future I'd want to spread, especially if I go to liturgy, spread Christian values. But since I can't, I wouldn't claim I'm being Christian, so I can't really say that. But I just want people to follow their dreams and just go for it. I mean, I don't expect when I first start live streaming, I'd be lucky to get, you know, 1 or 2 people viewing me at first. So it's not like I have huge expectations. Everybody starts out with a certain thing, and you just gotta work at it and just keep practicing. And I think that's the baseline thing. You know, it's also people just finding it interesting. You know, and I think that also comes with you just knowing what you're talking about and just being confident. and willing to try. Try new stuff, like you said. See what sticks to the wall. Sometimes that's what you got to do.
Throw the spaghetti, see what sticks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in terms of like that essence, like what would you want the conversation to be about though? Like think of like for example, like when you look at like the Giorgiani stuff that we cover, it's typically like a podcast structure, but he's basically painting a narrative where he's telling a story that like there's stuff that he's gonna have to unpack, which again, when you're unpacking stuff, you can get lost in translation and lost in kind of like message on stuff, and you forget
Right.
why you're unpacking this stuff. But being able to like give that overarching story or whatever. So like in terms of like let's say your interest, like what would be interesting enough for you to talk about rather than like you're kind of saying like rather than doing like the whole personal thing, because it's not going to be like a gossip corner kind of thing, you know, where you know
Right.
crazy has the cup of tea and all this kind of shit. So in terms
Yeah.
of like is there anything you think that like you want to talk about or you think needs to be talked about?
Just on, I guess, things with like I said, with debating and the importance of it. But I also believe that the personal things, like I said, we talked about, like with people being bad faith on trapping you in certain ways to where even if you were to answer one way or the other, no matter what, it makes you look bad. And I think that's something that could be discussed more and finding out ways to combat that. And then I think everybody has a different solution, and I think it also is from a point to where like you could point at something and be like, okay, well, what's the words I'm looking for? Like you could point at it and be like, okay, I could see it from this point of view. This is what I would do. And then that's the thing is like when you're in the back seat, you can do that, but when you get up there, it's a totally different experience. And that's something that I've already learned. But there's definitely times behind the scenes I'll be like, oh man, I would have said this to that. I think we all have that common experience. We all have our own opinion to things that we would obviously like to see and differentiate from each other. So I think if I could go into that and just analyzing like debates and the importance of debates, I think is very crucial, along with what the importance to like just where I am with Christianity and the importance that versus like degeneracy and stuff like that. Like I don't think any of us are perfect. There's definitely mistakes that you make, but it's all about the learning, and I think that's what it comes down to, regardless if it's debate or regardless it's some mistake in your life. I think learning is the most key thing. It keeps your mind sharp when you can kind of think about these things with an open mind and you can learn from it and adapt. I think is the most crucial thing, because then that changes, like I said, your worldview, and it sharpens you, and you can kind of tweak things and maximize it with practice. So I don't know if that's a good answer, but that's kind of like some of the stuff that I'd want to talk about. But I think it could kind of go anywhere. Like I said, I'd have to watch the one he did with JS to see, how it went with him.
Yeah, and it's always good to get like I said, a gauge for it as well. Like the whole thing of like researching your opponent before a debate, like that's always part and parcel. But it's also can be a negative as well, because sometimes you can get like tainted towards like you come at it from a certain kind of point that you see, let's say in the things, and let's say it's an old video and they've changed their mind since, or they've had a discussion that like as basically throws a spanner in the wrench in terms of what you want to be able to do in it as well. Do you know what I mean? But I think like that kind of like drilling home like that main thing in terms of the I guess like enlightenment could be a good word to use to describe what you're talking about, where you're able to kind of see through and you're like the argument starts to make sense. Then that's when you start to see, I think, the real kind of like pay dirt to it and all that. But like you're kind of saying, it's in modern times. You know what I mean? It's a lot easier said than done, or done than said.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get out of here though. I got something I gotta attend to, so
Hey, you
I
gotta
appreciate.
sleep, Jack. That's what you gotta tend to. You gotta sleep.
Well, that's part of it for sure. I gotta get my groceries and do a few things before I gotta go to bed. But yeah, I definitely need to. I definitely need to go to sleep. That's for sure. That's not a lie. But yeah, as always, thanks for having me up. Hopefully the members enjoy their memberships. Hopefully they can come in here. Hopefully get more members that we can get. More people coming in, and it worked before. Somebody got that email, and they hopped right in. So hopefully that can happen for them, and we can start really building something here. We already have the foundation. Let's just keep it going.
100%, Jack. Appreciate you stopping by as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Thanks for like I said, modding the debate, and here's to many more, man. Thanks for having me up.
Come on, man. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for stopping by.
See ya.
And folks, make sure you check out Jack's debate. He's going to be going against JS. You always know that, like, the JS debates be wild and shit, you know what I mean? And again, just to support Jack the same way he supports us as well, you know? But yeah, exactly. Great job, Jack. And even with the stuff with Crazy as well, like, that's what I'm saying. It's an interesting, like, when he said it, it was like an interesting concept where it's like, you know what I mean? Like, to sit down and interview people. And I'm coming at that from the perspective that, like a lot of people would kind of overlook it and say, "Oh, like that'll never work." But then when you think of like all the big podcasts, like that's basically what they do. Like think of like the PBD podcast. You know what I mean, like he's basically just interviewing people and all that. So again, I like more credit to Crazy because like I said, there's a lot of shit. He'd run out of mana. But like, there's a lot of different ways you can slice the pie. You know what I mean? And like from that aspect, like we've seen the likes of Giorgiani interviews and all this kind of thing. That is something that you can see that it doesn't necessarily have to be a whole kind of like personal thing. This is my life story and all stuff. This is like, I'm here to talk about particular events that like society's overlooked. You know what I mean? And like from that, now all of a sudden you're talking about a topic that you're passionate about, that you have insight in, not necessarily because you have a PhD in history or whatever. It's because you're able to convey that story and convey that meaning. And like you could use, let's say, the Kurt Cobain stuff that we talked about on the channel before, right? To be able to sit through the diagram and basically make a claim saying this makes no sense as a suicide. You know what I mean? And then like convince someone who has no experience in the field or whatever to see the actual case in front of you and say like listen to like what we're actually saying here. Like we're saying that like a dude on 5 times the lethal dose of heroin is somehow magically going to be start moving himself from one corner of the room to the other corner of the room, and then to use that as, let's say, as a way to self-delete. And then have a second methodology that he's going to use to self-delete as well. Does that make a lot of sense? And I think like to drill down on like that enlightenment factor that Jack is saying that we need is being able to put the argument together and say, listen, like true logic alone, this makes no sense. Like that's the magic thing to logic, is that it's like you weren't there, you don't have any evidence, but you're able to formulate an argument that disproves the current narrative. You know what I mean? And the world needs more of that shit, as they say. Same way I need more armor because I'm getting chunked by these motherfuckers with a potion, an armor potion. Ridiculous, but it is the daily, so we are going to get through it. And folks, as well, the super chat goal. We only have an hour left on the super chat goal. If you want to extend the show by another hour, make sure you get the super chats in. If not, no worries. Like I said, no pressure. Never expected. Always appreciated. As a wise man once told me, you know. But to be honest, like I said, I was saying yesterday, coming into this, we done a lot of work yesterday. We got through a lot of heroics, and got that helmet sorted out, which obviously for many reasons it's a key piece. Obviously done so intentionally through game design, but sorts out a lot of things for us. And then, like I said, in terms of today, we're able to get that last boss down, able to pick up a nice bit of braces to us as well. So we're slowly kind of like chipping away at the gear. But the main thing it is going to come down to is getting a Kara run and getting the 25 mans. Now I should be able to make the guilds 25 mans, but I don't think I'll be able to make the guilds Kara runs, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to either later on today or probably later on today, early tomorrow morning, I guess. Like as soon as I wake up, probably from ending the stream, probably get up, try to get a Kara run going, and then wait, when is the 25 months? I think 25 months is the following day. So we'll have to see. And also I'm getting in a Tesco delivery order tomorrow as well. So gonna be getting some more ground beef or mince beef, as we say over here, as well as getting some pepperoni. I'm getting some bacon. I'm getting some. I actually was looking, right? I was doing a bit of carnivore investigation, as they say. One sec, let me get these guys under control. But yeah, I was doing a bit of carnivore investigation, and the hot dog sausages have less carbs in them than the traditional pork sausages. Right? The traditional pork sausages had about 5 grams of carbs per 100 grams. Sorry, no, the traditional sausages had about 10 grams of carbs per 100 grams. Whereas the, which is a fucking lot. You know what I mean? Like that's typically like half the amount of protein you're getting per 100 grams. With your typical cuts. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, you have maybe 20% fat to it as well, you know? Don't trust store-bought sausage. That is true as well. But like I said, as an experiment, I got the hot dog ones to see like is it going to do the whole like inflammation thing and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So like I said, got a packet of them to test them out. Like I said, to eat with the bacon as well. So it'll just be like bacon and hot dogs one day. Oh, this is going to be a tough one. This is why you rely on your team members. You know, basically tell them that. Yeah. I could have told you he couldn't have been sheeped. But we're going to go with it. We're going to fucking go with it. We're going to go with the flow. Have I been... I was the only one that was DPS in these mobs the whole fucking time. DPS were like, oh no, the pulse failed. No way surviving it. It is what it is. It is what it is. I think we're gonna wait for Rez. Oh, shit, I was muted. But yeah, like I said, always inspect your mages before zoning in, boys. Why? What's up? What's going? Okay, interesting. Anyways, the healer left. It is what it is, boys. But like I said, this is the daily, so people are going to be more encouraged to try and get it done, as they say. Well, as I was saying as well, got some sauerkraut coming in as well tomorrow. And like I said, like sauerkraut is basically like the healthy pickle. Like anybody who enjoys a little bit of pickle with their burgers or anything like that, highly encourages to explore sauerkraut. But specifically the raw organic sauerkraut, because you want the good bacteria in it. You know what I mean? Good for the good health and all this kind of stuff. I've even been like I said, like getting in the likes of the pepperoni as well, and just like I said, like kind of mixing it up. So it's like one day I'll have like sauerkraut, bit of mozzarella, ground beef. Basically, make a smash burger, melt the mozzarella on top. You have the mozzarella slices, and then you have you play around with, like the pepperoni, and then you have yourself like a mini pizza, carnivore pizza, where you have like the smash burger as the base. Then you have like some pepperoni that's like underneath the cheese that's melted onto the beef. Oh, bellissimo, bellissimo, say the least. And then you could mix it up, like instead of using the pepperoni one day, you use bacon instead, or you could use the sauerkraut. You know what I mean? So that way you have like that diversity, spicing it up, keep things interesting. You know what I mean? And yeah, the sauerkraut's really good for digestion. Like all like that gut bacteria they talk about. That's what's needed, baby. So I'm gonna do what the dude said, which is inspect the mage. Like I'm not sure what I'm looking for. Oh, he's an arcane mage. But hey, we'll try get it done, as they say. We'll try get it done. But it'll be interesting, like I said, to test out the hot dogs, because I haven't had like a hot dog in a long time. So I'll be interested. Be interested to say the least. But that's in terms of the diet. In terms of the in terms of the other stuff, like with the philosophy and shit, like that has me in a certain kind of like scenario at the moment where like I'm looking at like that debate that Gnostic Format and Jay Dyer had, where I thought it was very interesting to see it play out. Because on the one hand, it's like, yes, they do have their differences. Do you know what I mean? And like differences obviously make them different, but when you see the juxtaposition of seeing both of them have obviously these differences, but then have so much else in common, it led to my question to Neil, where it's like, why the fuck are you cunts all throwing a hissy fit against the Christians while we see ourselves in a complete shit show in modern day politics? Like, really? We're going to side with the atheists over the Christians? Is that what we're doing? You know? Unbelievable, Jeff, as they say. Unfucking believable, but it is what it is. I once had eaten every hot dog eaten takes 20 minutes off your life. Oh, god damn. Like, is it that bad? Because, like, I'm assuming they put pork in it. You know what I mean? But, you know, like, there's a lot of rumors that go around with these things, as they say. Yeah, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming for me. He's coming for me, chats. But the heater's keeping me up. And the mage just needs to make sure that that sheep stays a sheep, and we should be grand. It also contains 2% human DNA. Yeah, but like I'm pretty sure that's because pigs share 2% of their DNA would be considered like the same DNA as humans. You know what I mean? And like that's why they say from like all these like studies on like cannibal civilizations that it's like the closest meat that tastes to human meat is pork meat. You know what I mean? Not sure brand or type. Like that's the other thing as well. Like if there's one bad hot dog brand that does some fucked up shit, like they put horse meat in or some shit like that rather than pork, then that one brand can like taint the whole fucking product. You know what I mean? I don't like how much rat turds the FDA allows in them. It's only a trace amount though. What, you telling me you're a prude and you don't like rat turds all of a sudden? Next thing you know, you'll be saying you don't like insects in your food. Maybe that's why I'm not supposed to eat pork in religions. No, because it's because like pork is one of those meats that's like difficult to like maintain or to what's the like there's a proper terminology like that, like maintain or preserve preservatives. Like that's why if you notice it's like it's basically impossible to find bacon that doesn't have some sort of like nitrate in it because it's spoiled so quick. You know what I mean? Whereas like the rest of the meats, there's a lot of stuff you can do to it to just increase like shelf life and all this kind of thing to it. So there's that one, and it was typically seen as one that came from like disease and or pork was always kind of like a diseased kind of like animal or seen as a diseased animal, all this kind of shit. Why it's also seen to be like an unclean animal and all this kind of thing. So there's a lot that kind of goes into this. Imagine it's like the same thing with the chicken as well. Like for example, like you can have like your steak medium rare. You know what I mean? And like people say it's not proper steak, mate, unless it got fucking blood running through it. You know what I mean? There's that whole kind of like dynamic or angle that you can take to it. But fundamentally, cured meats, yeah. So like that obviously will play like a certain dynamic to it, but like I want like actual like reason or rationale behind not doing something or doing something. So like for example, people will say or people could say, oh, you should fast because it's in the holy books. You know what I mean? I agree with the first part. You should fast. But not just because it's in the holy books. The reason why it's in the holy books is because it's also in the science book. Fasting is a good thing to do. You know what I mean? It promotes autophagy, it repairs cells, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Fast is great. Fast for 36 hours each month. My man. My motherfucking man. Because like I tried to do like one for like, you know, a big like 7-day, maybe even a 10-day one. If I can last that long. And it is like a lot easier to fast when you're doing the carnivore, because I do the 1 meal a day. So like technically I fast like, you know, your 23 hours each day. Sometimes do it even longer just because like depend on like when I ate and with the stream time and all this kind of stuff, all those kind of shenanigans. But with like the prolonged fasts, like I want to make sure like once a year at least that you do like a week long or a 10-day long kind of thing. Obviously for like the physical benefits, but also like the mental benefits as well, you know. Being able to have that kind of like self-restraint is obviously pretty massive or pretty huge. But obviously the physical benefits are amazing as well. 72 a few times, nice. Never went that far intentionally. Well, yeah, like sometimes you get caught out on a particular like work week and all this kind of stuff to it as well. But yeah, definitely something where like I'd highly recommend everybody just get into the habit of it. Even just trying to do a 16-hour one each day. You know what I mean? Like trying to be able to like maintain that level of discipline. Because like 16 hours might seem like a lot every single day. But remember, 8 of those hours you're not sleeping. And then it's just basically making sure you don't eat 4 hours before you wake up and 4 hours after you wake up. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, 16 hours fasted ain't such a difficult thing to do. You know what I mean? And like to me, I think the probably the most severe one would be the the dry fasting, sorry. But you know what I mean? I never eat breakfast, usually afternoon. Yeah, but like if you basically can do it where, you know, you're eating, let's say at 1 p.m. and then you're not eating like the last time you're eating maybe 5 p.m. Then all of a sudden you're doing 20 hours. You know what I mean? Or if you can do like you eat at 12 in right at afternoon, you eat at 12 o'clock, right? You go on your lunch break. And then you have your lunch, you finish your work, you go home and you're having your meal at 6, 7 p.m. That's within that 8-hour time frame. And now all of a sudden you're fasting 16 hours a day and you haven't really changed anything, you're just not having breakfast. You're still having your lunch and your dinner. You know what I mean? I probably do 14 8 hours every day. 100%. And then, like I said, that's like the first thing. I mean, once you can get into when you eat, then you can start focusing on what you eat. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden we start getting into keto. We start looking at reducing those carbs. We start taking out the coffees. We start taking the milk and the sugar out of the coffee. We start taking the fizzy drinks out of the equation. We start replacing the fizzy drinks with water. All this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And next thing you know, we haven't even really like mentioned like an actual diet that you're following. It's just more so you've just been removing things from your current diet. You know what I mean? Boys, I popped an armor potion and my improved lay on hands. We're currently sitting at 35,000 effective health in terms of physical damage. That's the only way you're able to take all these mobs on at the same time. And I'm begging my DPS to at least out DPS me, use cunts. I'm top of the DPS meter while doing this. What is going on, chat? Oh my god, and now there's more mobs. And they're elites. As if this couldn't get any more difficult. But we got her done, boys. We got her done. That is basically the toughest part of this dungeon. If you can get through that room, this room of the dungeon, you should be okay. But I'm out of mana now. Healer's at half mana. Are we going to make it? Are we going to make it, chat? Come on, keep me up, you bastard. But yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like when you read any of the paladin guides on WoW TBC, they never talk about this talent. They never talk about going into the holy tree and doing the improved lay on hands, because you get 15% extra from your seal and judgment damage, just letting you know. And then also with the improved lay on hands, getting a 2 out of 2 on that, that's 30% bonus armor for 2 minutes. And then they say, oh, well, paladins don't have any cooldowns. We fucking do. You just refuse to use it, you bastards. You know what I mean? Absolute beast of a talent right there, boys. And they never get it because I don't know. I don't know. Like, this build does just as much threat as going into the ret. But you also, like I said, get a cooldown there that like extremely helps out in situations like you're just saying. They never want to get it, motherfuckers. Easier and easier once doing it. Yeah. And like I said, like once you start incorporating the dietary stuff, start eliminating out the fizzy drinks, the sugar, the like all this useless shit. Then all of a sudden you're not spiking your blood sugar as high. Yeah, and why is this important? Because because your blood sugar is not going as high, it means it can get down lower and go back into ketosis. You know what I mean? Quicker. Meaning you get back into a ketogenic or a fasted state quicker. You know what I mean? So now all of a sudden, the reducing the eating window, so like focusing on when you eat and then focusing on what you eat. Now all of a sudden these start synergizing really well together, and then all of a sudden you're losing all this like additional weight that first of all you didn't even notice you had. You know, your chin all of a sudden, your second chin starts going away. You know, the pants are all of a sudden a bit lighter. A bit loose around the waist, and you're like, hang on a second, I'm not doing any exercise. I'm not doing nothing crazy here. All I've literally changed is when I'm eating and what I'm eating. And I'm like literally losing weight by accident. Do you know what I mean? And then you start to go down, which what I call is the like the whole kind of conspiracy theory route, where it's like all of a sudden you don't trust the medical industry for anything, and then you realize, okay, like, well, surgery is still important and all this kind of stuff. Like the medical industry does have its merits, but like I was saying, it's one of those things that you have to make sure you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You know what I mean? I don't drink none but water and juice. Yeah, but juice is something I'd look heavily into as well, because that could be a key area where you think you're doing the healthy route, but you're actually doing like it's loaded with like sugars, or it's loaded with stuff that causes sugars, or they're using something that's not sugar, but it's actually doing more damage to you than sugar, and things like that. You know what I mean? Eat only cows, eggs, fruits, and veggies. Yeah, like I'd say vegetables, you want to go with like fermented ones if you can, raw and organic. Fruit can be okay, but again, limited amounts of it. But it really depends on what you're doing. You know what I mean? Because like, for example, if you're like a pro athlete, or you have a particular hobby that you want to get increased performance out of, you could use, for example, fruits as a way to get like the best of both worlds, where you have like the long term like energy sources with it, but you're timing it in a certain way where you're getting the maximum energy from both, like leaving the ketosis state, and you have that kind of like long term kind of like energy, but then you also get that burst of like the blood sugar thing to it as well. You're getting you're basically getting max use out of it. Like, let me just get up here. So, like I said, I'm cautious or hesitant off the fruits themselves, but like I've heard things, or I've heard like people that like are carnivore, people that are kind of keto, that like are they point out, no, like fruits, if you're getting like the right kind of fruits, like if you're getting fruits from like a farmer's market kind of thing, freshly picked and all this kind of stuff, it can be done right in the right way and all this kind of shit. But I'm kind of in that mindset where it's like I only eat for functionality kind of thing. You know what I mean? This whole thing of like taste and all this kind of stuff. And like I said, you can play around, even if you like, if you are one of those people that are like really about your taste and you, like, you know, like you get a lot out of kind of like getting that right mix. Like you have a passion or a hobby around food or cooking in general, like you're a foodie or something like that. You can do all that even with the carnivore, but like with the keto, you have like a lot of variety to play around with and all that stuff as well, you know. I still eat ice cream, only bad thing I do. But that's the thing, like ice cream shouldn't be that bad. Like technically in terms of like the carnivore diet, like you can have like the problem with ice cream in modern day is that they can't even classify it as ice cream anymore. They have to classify it as like a dessert or something crazy like that. You know what I mean? It's like a frozen dessert. They can't even call it ice cream with the amount of shit they put into it. And it's a large part of it's got to do with like that whole soy thing, that the soy craze that they went on, where they just start putting soy in everything. Like I said, like most of the time when you look into this shit, it's because it preserves better, essentially. Do you know what I mean? And all just basically comes down to it makes them more money, so that's why they're doing this. So then that's why we need to get RFK in office, and RFK corrects the incentive structure, and then we're rocking and rolling again. We're ready to roll again, as they say. You know what I mean? But I just need to make sure I concentrate for this dude. Change it over to Seal of Righteousness, and then just try to get some mana back as we desperately hold on for threat. Holy. You gotta be quick on your toes, because that red shit comes down like that. You gotta make sure you jump out of it straight away, because you don't have enough time. Boom, I would have been dead. You know what I mean? Keeping brain busy, keeping the brain busy also helps you do all this. But like that's what I'm saying in terms of the diet. And again, this comes out of like from like ancient texts or like holy scriptures or whatever, where they talk about this, where it's like an empty stomach is a busy mind, and a busy stomach is an empty mind. And then you think back to like all the times that like you'd go for a lunch break, and then you come back after lunch break, and like, you have no thoughts in your head, and you have all this brain fog and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And then when you go on the carnivore diet, you realize, hang on a second, I have none of this brain fog. I have none of this shit that like I typically have. I'm not like all like bloated and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, you have like this mini kind of like, you know, Alex Jones phase where it's like, they're lying to us. They're putting chemicals in the water that's turning the freaking frogs gay. Which they are doing, by the way. Shout out to Alex Jones. Yeah, I just got the DI off to save our boy. Baba Booey. Can he res us? Yeah, you can get it done. You can get it done, boys. There you get it done, boys. Yeah, juice of sugars. And that's what I'm saying, man. You know what I mean? But there are certain things you can do, like what the fuck's that dude's name? Eric Bergman or Eric Berg? Dr. Eric something. Where is he? Where the fuck is he? Bro, his videos are always up when I'm never looking at the videos. They're always there in my subscriptions, and then one day he doesn't do a live stream. Oh my god. Yeah. So Eric Berg, Dr. Eric Berg. He goes through it where there's like there's certain like remedies like lemon water you can have, like you make yourself and all this kind of shit, and you basically you don't take on all this extra sugars and all this kind of stuff that they do just so to get you to addicted and just to get you like craving for the taste and all that, you know what I mean? Same what I eat, weird diet I have. Yeah, but you say that's weird, but like, you know, cows, eggs, fruits and veggies, that's like farmland diet, you know what I mean? I eat lots of seeds too. Seeds, like nuts and seeds can be a mixed bag, you know, pun not intended. But yeah, like you just have to be careful with it. You know what I mean? But the thing I love about carnivore is that you don't have to be careful necessarily. Like so long as you get like the basic thing of like, okay, I want 20% protein and 20% fat per 100 grams. So each 100 grams of meat I'm eating, I want to make sure I'm getting 20 grams of fat and 20 grams of protein. And then you just scale that up to your weight or just to when you're hungry. You know what I mean? Like you don't even need to count calories when you're doing carnivore. You literally just trust your instinct of like, so long as you're eating meat and cheese, like you should be fine. And you just basically eat till you're full, you know? I get frozen fruits from Costco. Yeah. I try. It tastes like dehydrated, just not or just not normal. Like that's the thing that kind of plays into the whole preservation and like how it's kind of made and all that. That's why, like I was saying, it's pretty important to pay attention to those kind of stuffs. Because oftentimes that can fuck you up. Like for example, like the sauerkraut. When I talk about it, it's like you have to make sure that it's raw and organic. Because if it's not raw and organic, then it basically the preservation process kills all the bacteria, and then you're just eating it for taste, and you're not actually eating it for like an actual benefit to it. Do you know what I mean? So it's like that's the kind of mentality you need to make sure that you have with a lot of this shit, is that it's like I'm eating for some sort of power source because some sort of functionality. You know what I mean? So I always want to make sure that I'm like that when I'm adding something to my body, it's not going to be a negative effect. Because why would I put something in my body that's going to be a negative effect for the following morning or whatever? You know what I mean? You know, also takes blood away from your brain to digest. Yeah. It's like an actual like function. You know what I mean? And that's why we have the whole joke where like, you know, men were blessed with both a brain and a penis, but they were only given enough blood to function one at a time. And that's, as they say, how you get her done, boys. I live by the armors, so get good food. I'm lucky. Hey, man, that's what I'm saying, man. You know what I mean? I think about like the 90s when everyone was like rip into the Amish. Like they were like the weirdos and all this kind of shit. And now that like we've actually seen all this shit come out, like the Jeffrey Epstein shit, the like the history of the CIA and all this kind of shit, you're like, holy fuck, dude! Like the Amish had it right all along. Do you know what I mean? So it's like it's now seen as a good thing. Do you know what I mean? Like think about like Weird Al Yankovic doing all that kind of shit, and it's like, nah, man, the Amish are actually like they're actually good people, you know. Also, 20 minutes away from grass-fed Wagyu farm, my man. So wherever Angry Amputee lives is basically the place where we all want to live. You know what I mean? Sounds like an absolute delight to live there. You know, it's good we made fun of them. Now we want to be them. Exactly. Oh, how the turntables. Now, I'm not sure about these halls because I always think that they're timed, so you have to like rush them. Like, see the way these dudes keep running down. So like that's where I'm a bit confused whether to push it or not, because I obviously, especially with a paladin healer, I don't want to push it too much. So like I don't know what way to handle these. You know what I mean? And then basically I fucking pull 6 of them. I go, fee favore, Terdiac, what are you doing? What are you doing to me? But I think a good way to handle it is just basically slowly walk back. Because typically, like a lot of the pro World of Warcraft players will get rid of the keybind to actually backpedal, because like their whole mentality is like, why would I ever press a button that's not full speed? You know what I mean? In terms of movement, you'd never see, let's say, a pro PvP player ever backpedal. But if you're a tank, backpedaling is actually no. I sometimes do. I want to like go slow and like, you know, bring the mobs around like this or that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Get him! Get him! Oh my god! Oh my god! We should be in a good position now, you know. Nice, take a chill pill here. That's where I'm kind of like with TBC. Like, I complain about the heroic so much, like, oh my god, I'm taking so much damage and all this kind of shit. But like, you have that kind of like raid-like difficulty that you can just kind of like chill and stream to as well, you know. You would never guess, yep. Never in a million years would you guess. The Amish had it right all along. Long we pondered their cryptic talk of organic and grass raised. You know what I mean? But we finally know now, you know? Northeastern Ohio, America, believe it or not. Not bad. We perfectly had more sun, less crime in the city. Sounds like Ireland, baby. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they always say about like in Europe, it's like the Spanish, like they get the best weather, they get the nice sun, like, you know, plenty of it. You know what I mean? And like the party islands is like Ibiza, like the Canary Islands, all this kind of thing. But when England and Ireland does get the sun, bro, be favore. Like I'd say you probably say the same thing, Angry Amputees. Like when you do get the sun, though, it is beautiful. You know, I dare say there's no other place you'd rather live. You know. Like Erie in summer is amazing. My man. May to August is great. Telling you, man, I know it. I know it. That's why the European people settle there. You know what I mean? So like this is a lot of this is similar to because it's in line with Europe. You know what I mean? I don't have the map on me per se because, like I said, I'm taking a lot of damage. But the in line with Europe. So you know it's like all like those like northern states like Ohio, like Michigan, like that whole kind of like belt. That's like very similar to like Scandinavia, kind of like like that kind of like northern kind of like region of Europe. And then when you look at like Florida, Texas, all this kind of stuff, that's like the Spain, Italy kind of like regions as well. So it's like you have like a lot of kind of similarities. Chris. My motherfucking mind. Come on, boys. Get the meleeing going. We need some damage to be done here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. I got too cocky. I got too confident. Happens to the best of us. I mean. But if you like summer and winter, it's perfect too, because you can swim in summer and ski in winter. Best of both worlds, baby. Best of both worlds. They want me to do the long pull tactic. Suppose it would be safe because the mobs are humanoid as well, you know? And yeah, I need to catch up because I've basically missed out on all the Iran coverage. I'm telling you, Trump waits until I'm busiest to do all this shit. The same thing happened with the Maduro shit in South America. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure I was busy that weekend as well when he was doing all this shit. You know? Anytime I need to get shit done, Trump goes on a rampage. It's unbelievable. Well, I'm hoping the best wishes and hope and everything I can for the likes of Iran, because bro, if we can unlock Iran, you know what I mean, if we can unlock that downloadable content that is a Western friendly Iran, bro, I'm telling you, you're talking about winning. We're gonna get sick of the winning, boys. You don't even know what it's like to win. Let me tell you that. Let me hit you with that. You know what I'm saying? Trump sneaky, yeah, but that's what the Democrats will never understand. Like, no matter how eloquent you put the framing of the discussion, they just have it in bed. Trump's a retard, but is also some evil maniacal genius as well. Sorry, they wouldn't call him an evil genius. They'd say he's evil, but he's also retarded. So he's an evil retard, which completely goes against this villainous character. Like, how can he both be a retard? Like, this is like some kids' cartoon that they're trying to paint. That's like, oh yeah, like this dude's like, he's a complete retard, but he's also, you know, president of the United States. Okay, so you're basically doing a disservice to your whole country by saying that, because you're now saying that not only do you have a retarded president, but you also have a system where a retard can become president twice. You know what I mean? So, you know, yeah, it's literally like some fictional comic book character that they paint, and you're like, oh, this is incoherent. You know what I mean? You can call him the devil, but you have to pay the devil his dues. And even Eric Weinstein talks about this incessantly. You know what I mean? where the likes of Sam Harris will constantly downplay Trump and all this kind of shit, and he'll say you don't understand what he's doing, and you call it retardation, but he's actually owning you. You know what I mean? Like he's saying this to get a reaction out of you, to get you to say this thing, because the next thing he's going to say. I mean, just take the State of the Union. The duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Stand up if you support this. And they would not stand. And why is that such an important thing, Terry? It's like, oh, like they could have just stood up because they didn't want to stood up, because I wouldn't have stood up either, because Trump is such an evil dude and we hate him, all this kind of shit. And it's like, hang on a second, you guys were saying love, not hate. Love trumps hate. Do we not believe that anymore? See what I'm saying? And how you can, like, how you get that set up in the dynamic. Do you know what I mean? Trump was talking about the new weapons used in Venezuela. I can imagine what they would pull out for rent. But no, but even when you notice, why did they do Venezuela? You know what I mean? Was it really because of the drugs? You know what I mean? Fuck no. If it was really about the drugs, he would have done Mexico as well. He would have done like Colombia for the cocaine, all this kind of shit. The reason why they done it is because their defense systems were the ones that are the same defense systems used in Iran. You know what I mean? And then you say, oh shit, that was the test run. Like, yeah, motherfuckers, that was the test run. Boom. Yeah, because but think about it as like as a military as well. If you're going to try and take on Iran is a beast, not because of like the people's like the people's are like superhuman or anything crazy like that. The reason why Iran is such a what would be the best way to describe it? Such a difficult terrain to encounter is because it's basically like 90% mountain. You know what I mean? So there's that whole thing to it where like you're going through a valley, that's a sniper's delight. You know what I mean? All this kind of shit. And then that's before you have, you know, anti-aircraft stuff like in the mountains. So all of a sudden pops up and it's starting to take out certain air defense systems, all this kind of shit. So that's a key thing. But as far as I know, Maduro, the stuff in Venezuela was basically backed by Chinese, Russian missiles, and then Chinese technology to make sure it's firing the missile at the right time to take out the aircraft, all this kind of shit. One sec, chat. We're taking a lot of fucking damage. And we have to be very careful because there's a patrol with a couple of dogs. Oh my god. Oh, save me now. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. Makes sense. Russian rockets and Chinese tech are best. Yeah, but it also goes to show you what kind of relationship the Venezuelan president had, and why did he have such an intricate relationship when, motherfucker, you're on my continent. You're on the American continent, boy. You know what I mean? So it's like, hang on a second, why the fuck are you getting all this shit from the Chinese and the Russians? That's number one. But like I said, to use that as a play and saying, okay, what stuff do we have that can't get what stuff do we have that can get through this easily? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And now all of a sudden, like as soon as he done the South American thing, like the same aircraft was like, "Yep, we got to go over to Middle East now. Yeah, we need to stop down in these like Iraqi bases and all this kind of shit." It's like, wait, what the fuck? And it's like, "Yep, we're coming for you, boy. We're coming for you, boy." And then like that's when I like noticed like I had that debate with Rob in terms of the whole Russia thing. You know what I mean? Because now all of a sudden, like Trump's talking about, because the only thing that makes sense, like think about what Trump was like. As soon as he got into office, he started talking about like Greenland and Canada, and everyone was like, "Oh, funny jokes, all this kind of shit." Because everyone was like, "For real?" It's like, where was this on the campaign, Donald? Why the fuck do you care about Canada and Greenland? Well, what is north of Canada? What country is north of Canada? Russia. What country is north of Greenland? Russia. Okay. Then he does the Venezuela thing. You're like, what? Why the fuck are you doing this? Again, like I said, get a bit of testing going because we're seeing what's unfolding in Iran. You know what I mean? And then you pair that with the fact that what is north of Iran? Russia. You know what I mean? Now all of a sudden, starting to make sense. You know what I mean? Because like Venezuela, like I said, had the Chinese tech, the Russian missiles, and also Venezuela was how Russia was able to get through the sanctions. They were able to offload their oil and gas in the Venezuelan fields. And when you look at China, why did Donald Trump tariff the whole fucking world? Not because he wants to be some sort of like evil genius or whatever the fuck. It's because last time during his last presidency, he tried to tax China, and China used was it Taiwan? No, not Taiwan. They used like Cambodia. Like they used like two proxy states to get around the tariffs. So if you tariff everybody, then like I said, there's no like the country's already been tariffed. And if they start helping out China to get around the tariff stuff, then they're going to be double tariffed. You know what I mean? So you add up all that whole equation, and what does it get to you? Now America basically has Russia surrounded. They have them in the south with Iran. They have them in the west with Ukraine. They have them from the north in Canada. And the only person left of them is China. Their only help is China. You know what I mean? Did you know Elon Musk grandpa had a plan to have Greenland to Venezuela all one country? I just heard this, haven't did much research, but he was a technocrat. You got to be careful with the stuff that you hear about that. But like I said, a lot of these things, like you look into the families and why certain wars took place and certain things, it's because certain people had certain plans and all this kind of shit. Now, is that necessarily a bad thing? From Greenland to Venezuela, all one country. It depends on what the government is. Like, if we're talking about this as a socialist hellhole, then no. But if we're talking about this is like free market capitalism, baby, you know, like what they're doing in Argentina, but on steroids, bro, I'm here for all of it. You know what I mean? Give me all of it. And then a little bit of extra. You know what I mean? Not if run by U.S. government. But why? Why? Oh, not bad if we ran it. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I have no mana. Oh man, I hate this boss. I hate this boss. Okay, let me just try to get. Oh my god, that can't be real damage. That's the article. One sec, we'll get into it in a sec. Like I said, I'm currently sweating in these rogues, bro. I am sweating in these heroics. Okay, we get back the full mana. We just like that's what we just need to do. Like when you have a double paladin like this, you can do some crazy shit. Like a lot of people they get panicky. Oh shit. Give him the L, blessing and protection. And we're Gucci. You know what I mean? Come on, come on. But I need to pump this threat, otherwise he's fucked. We got it back. We got it back. That's what I'm talking about, baby. And we just fill the mana bar back up. There we go. We got the boss back again, baby. Holy shit. Okay, boss up 14%. Okay, we got him back with Avenger Shield that time. Nice, nice, nice. Will this healer be able to keep me up? That is the question. Keep me up. Keep me up. Okay, gave me the lay on hands. Nice. And we got it done, boys. No, 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 no. Not like this. Not like this. Come on, you bastards. Where is my mana? Okay, we got it back with a bubble. Easy clap. Easy fucking clap, boys. Let's get some W's in chat. Holy shit. Holy shit. When you know your paladins know what they're doing, boys. All you need is 2 paladins. Solo the boss. For you chat, like I said, some reading material to go by. Such a long fight. 1930s movement wanted to merge the US, Canada, and Greenland. Here's why it has modern resonances. A movement that wanted to merge North America into one nation and extend its borders as far as the Panama Canal sound incredibly familiar. But this group called the Technocracy movement. Yeah. But like you'll hear a lot about this across the board from like certain folks and all this kind of shit. And then they'll say, oh, it's because like they're all Satanists or some shit like that. And you're like, what? You know, and like there is some part of it in terms of like I said, like it's basic these families or these groups that have existed throughout the ages that like they have a particular plan or particular thing they want to push and they want to make sure they get it done and all this kind of shit. And that's the game of life, baby. That's the game of life. Disenchant this. Yeah, I got to pick out the truth and then figure out what's what because like they could talk about a lot of stuff. Like I'll bring up the article and we'll do a little dig into it. Because like I said, once I finish this, I've basically finished everything I need to do in terms of the quote unquote catch up I was talking about from the game. But there's also something I want to show you in terms of the World War II stuff that I was digging around. And again, like a lot of the World War II stuff does come from Giorgiani, because he talks about it so much. But it's one of these things that's like I always say to you is particularly about like Giorgiani or Amon Hillman, is you got to take this stuff with a grain of salt or a grain of je ne sais quoi, because it's like, yes, Giorgiani could be right about what he's saying, but he could be only saying it for a particular reason, all this kind of shit. And it's also like that habit that you want to get into is that it's like you'll hear stuff from people, even people you might like or enjoy. You have to get into that habit of like double checking, making sure like, are they saying like what's true? And it sometimes it's not even necessarily that it's like technically what they're saying is true, but it's a bastardization of it, or it's one of those things. Do you know what I mean? It's a stretched truth and all this kind of thing, you know? We go back to the grindstone, boys. Ah, the fucking assassin came out at the end. And it came out from behind my back as well. Damn. Damn. Hey, it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. This game sure has come a long way from where when I played up on dial-up. Man, that's the thing as well. That's the thing that a lot of people don't factor in, or they don't realize about like the classic releases. Is like this game was like played on fucking dial-up, motherfuckers. Like literally, you know, it's like one of those old school games. You know. But it goes to show in terms of the modern internets, the modems, the infrastructure we have, the hardware we have. It's stood the test of time, to say the least, boys. I think we could all admit that, you know. And like I said, like the key thing for me is that like with WoW, you have that aspect of like even the design of the classes themselves. You know. You could play the first game offline as well. Yeah, like the Warcraft, the real-time strategy stuff. You know? But we're almost there. We're almost there. PT. There we go. There's another one. These little crafty rogues. Assassins. Assassins. Or as the Italians say, assassinos. There's another one. Assassin. We have two assassins. They try to kill Hitler. You kill them instead, comrade. Capiche? Por favor, l'assassino, eh? There we go. And there's a third one. I think there's a fourth one around here somewhere as well. Little crafty, sneaky boys. There we go. There's the fourth one. Is there a fifth? I think there might even be a fifth. Do we drink? Let the warrior be the test hamster. There was little side by sides as we see here. Go on, mate. Go on, mate. There we go. I told you there was a fifth. I knew there was a fucking fifth. There we have the last boss, boys. There we have the last boss. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, there's no more assassins, boys. There's no more. We scoped them all out, boys. They used that blueprint to make all the bottle lap games and cell phones or battle lap games. Yeah, it was the Warcraft 3 had like a multiplayer feature online. And from that, they like that was basically the actual way they developed Dota. If you notice, like Dota has like all a similar kind of like animations to like Warcraft 3 animations, like the graphics and like the different like housing and the trees and all this kind of shit. It's the same units that was used in the Warcraft 3 because that's how the game base got developed. It was like the Warcraft game, the multiplayer, the online part of it. That aspect to it like the online thing, they basically like they made up their own rules to the online thing, and then from there, basically use that as the platform, and then they basically exported out the game engine and all that, the assets, and then just turned it into what people now play as Dota. Bro, you are getting shredded. Yeah, no, I've got no mana. I've got no mana, boys. Fy favore. Fy favore. This exemplifies the state of games today, in my opinion, peeps. Going back to all games like Warcraft, Minecraft, GTA, because new games aren't as good. That is true. You know what I mean? Like, a game is not just about the graphics. A game is not just about you know, an agenda or a narrative that you want to push. You know? Which is what like a lot of games I think have turned into. It's just like a narrative that a particular group of people want to push, and they don't care about like the key aspects of the game. Oh, we can't have that story. That story's not the story we want for society. We don't want the hero story. We want you know, a story that pushes a gender neutral message or some weird bullshit like that. I hate the way you use games, the downloading and bullshit. I like to put a game in and play, no waiting. True that. I'm in two minds though, because like having to buy all the CDs and then maintain all the CDs, it is a bit of a headache. You know? I'd rather just be like have an account and have the game somehow tied to that account, so if I do need to get a new computer, I can just download and we're good to go. You know what I mean? But we'll see. We'll play around as well with it because like everyone's saying like GTA 6 is coming in November. I think they might push it back again. But if it does get released at the end of this year or next year, whenever the fuck it's supposed to come out, like might switch over to that, check it out, see what it is, see what's what. Or we could switch to the older GTS, you know? Play a bit of San Andreas, maybe a bit of Vice City. You know? The fun was collecting as well as playing. I never got into that. Like I remember when they start doing the thing of like, oh, you can buy it on a game shop and just like the like download it. I was like, oh my god, this is so much better. But then like what really pissed me off was I think this was like PS3 for a while. For like certain games, you had to like download as soon as you put the CD in, or you had to like like the basically had to be it had to install the CD onto the thing or whatever the fuck. That to me drove me up the fucking wall. had like 150 PlayStation games. My man. My man. Yo, back then the game was so good the disc never left the console. True that as well. You know? Then like we talk about like the CDs and stuff, but you know, like anytime you were going on a trip or whatever, all you really needed was a Game Boy and a Pokemon. Didn't even matter if it was red or blue or yellow. You know what I'm saying? So how can you tell me that like, you know, modern gaming has gotten better? Because like we've increased the graphics, we've done all this. There's no games that are hitting as strong as the likes of Pokemon. You know what I mean? And then match the hardware requirements that Pokemon had versus what we have now. You know? The reason why there was so much like glitches and all that kind of shit in Pokemon that you could do is because like they had to come up with creative solutions because they were limited by the amount of space they had on the chip. You know? I don't know how we're actually going to beat this dude because, bro, ain't no fucking way based on that first attempt. Oh, assassino. We have an assassino. Oh, Western Standstill. Yeah, Game Boy Pokemon. You could play for hours, not get very far, but it was in depth and fun. Perfect for trips. Yeah, exactly. I'm older, so Tetris was my game. Pong as well. Like, and there's so many like simple. Well, I don't know if simple is the best word, but like straightforward enough to program games. Like you can even get an AI to like write you like some of these games. You know what I mean? And it's like such a simple idea or concept, and it just slaps. It's just a banger. You know what I mean? And then the question becomes, when you have all this power and all this technology at your disposal, why have you been producing such shit games? You know what I mean? And then we have that cunt dev from my last debate who does the whole I was back in Gamergate and blah blah blah. This is my whole right wing speech and all this kind of shit. Is bro. Get off the fucking platform. Or get off the soapbox. Just nuke the boss, please. Nuke him. Don't worry about anything else. Nuke the boss. You guys are doing fuck all DPS. Why is the tank out DPS and everybody? Guys, fy favore, please. Please do some damage. And 2 people are dead already. What is going on? Healer's out of mana. Pac-Man's a good one. Waka waka waka. Need to spread better. Yeah, I think this is gonna come down to I'll go Ellie to help with that. And also help with off eating too. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna down this boss. Like I said, man, the previous one as well, we took a bit of time to do it, but we eventually got it down, so I have faith in these boys. A man can dream, as they say. A man can dream. Oh, we already got the boots from here as well, so not bad, not bad. Well, hopefully we can get this dude down in like the next 20 minutes so I can get into what Amputee was saying about the article. Because just doing a brief reading, it says was a group of 1930s nonconformists. Big brain ideas about how to rearrange US societies. They proposed a vision that would rid the waste or would get rid of waste and make North America highly productive by using technology and science. The technocrats, sometimes also called Technocracy Incorporated, proposed merging Canada, Greenland, Mexico, and the US and parts of Central America into a single continental unit. This they called a technate. It will be a technate, which would come from Heidegger, German philosopher, for anyone wondering. It was also be governed by technocratic principles rather than national borders and traditional political divisions. These ideas seem to resonate with some recent statements from the Trump administration about merging the US with Canada. Meanwhile, the US Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, set up by Trump and led by tech billionaire Elon Musk, has also outlined a vision of efficiency cuts by slashing bureaucracy, jobs, and getting rid of leaders of organizations and civil servants he thinks are advancing woke values, such as diversity initiatives. The slash and burn approach also fits with some of the ideas of the technocrats. In February, Musk said, we really have here rule of the bureaucracy as opposed to the rule of the people, democracy. The technocrats viewed the elected politicians as incompetent. They advocated replacing them with experts in science and engineering who would objectively manage resources for the benefit of society. People voted for major government reform, and that's what the people are going to get, Musk told reporters after visiting the White House last month. The 1930s movement was an educational and research organization that advocated for fundamental reorganization of political, social, and economic structures in the US and Canada. It drew on a book called Technocracy, published in 1921 by an engineer called Walter Henry Smith, which captured new ideas about management and science. The movement gained significant attention during the Great Depression, a period of mass unemployment and economic problems lasting from 1929 to 1939. This was a time when widespread economic failures prompted radical ideas for systemic change. Technocracy appealed to those who saw technological advancements as a potential solution to economic inefficiency and inequality. Technocrats gained traction largely due to the work of Howard Scott, an engineer and economist, along with a group of engineers and academics from Columbia University. In 1932, Scott founded the Technical Alliance, which later evolved into Technocracy Incorporated. Scott and his followers held lectures, published pamphlets, and attracted a significant following, particularly among engineers, scientists, and progressive thinkers. The movement may have influenced the design of future concepts such as planned communities and economies using more automation. The movement's ideological foundation was built on the belief that that industrial production and distribution should be managed scientifically. Advocates argued that traditional economic systems such as capitalism and socialism were inefficient and prone to corruption, but that a scientifically planned economy could ensure abundance, stability, and fairness. Okay, so like in terms of so far at least, like I get the whole drive that there's like a lot of engineers and scientists basically saying here that listen, like we're being inefficient, like gross inefficiencies here and all this kind of shit. Wouldn't it be nice if we all kind of like incorporated into one thing? Well, I'm gonna move this dude out just a smidge, just to give everyone a bit more space, as they say, and we'll see how it goes. And again, the mage is just instantly dead. But the warrior's alive this time, so there's hope. Now you do heroism? Oh my god. Just please kill the boss. Please kill the boss. Okay, the warrior's dead. Oh, he stunned him. Why? Why did you stun him? We were so close. We were so close. Yet so far, 10%. It is what it is. It is what it is. Arcades with the absolute best. When I go home back to Niagara Falls, still drop $20 to play for a couple hours, get a bunch of tickets and give them to some little child. My man. My man. Prize were always cheap cars, but perfect for kids. But it gave you something to aim towards. You know what I mean? I don't see any arcades anymore other than the one back home right by the falls. It's been there for decades. You love to hear it. You love to hear it. One could argue Elon is using Trump to fulfill grandfather's plans, but can argue anything. But like that's what I'm saying. In terms of the message or the article like so far. Oh shit. My fucking weapon and shield broke. Can you believe it? But yeah, like in terms of the thing here, like you could be like this could be a good thing, this could be a bad thing. You know what I mean? In terms of like wanting to get rid of capitalism, but also wanting to get rid of socialism. You know what I mean? Saying that like they're both inefficient. You know what I mean? So you have to kind of like you have to be careful with it. I think it's awesome that in the debate, the more chaotic it gets, the better Yak is when playing the game he likes. Silence. What can I say? It's because of the focus. What we doing? You know what I mean? But yeah, it is a thing where it's like I was saying, kind of like a mix up or like a to spice things up a little bit in terms of. Like what you usually see, it's like the constant spurging or whatever they call it, and all that kind of shenanigans. You know what I mean? It's a nice little mix up. You know, keep you on your toes. You never know what you're gonna get. You know, life being like a box of chocolates and all that. But okay, I think somebody left. I guess I'm flying back. I don't know. It is what it is. It's like when my wife turns the radio off the parked car. Yeah, you turn the radio down or you turn the radio off so you can focus more. You know what I mean? It's the same way for games. Noise is usually just a distraction. Yeah, true that. But let's continue reading the article. In the 1930s, members of Technocracy Inc. sought to replace market-based economics and political governments with a system where experts made decisions based on data, efficiency, and technological feasibility. Technocrats aim to regulate consumption and production based on energy efficiency rather than market forces. Technocracies also believed that mechanization and automation could eliminate much of the need for human labor, reducing work hours while maintaining productivity. Goods and services would be distributed based on scientific calculations of need and sustainability. And then there's a little quote tweet of Elon Musk in June 23rd, 2019, saying, accelerating Starship development to build the Martian technocracy. While the movement saw rapid growth in the early 1930s, it quickly lost momentum by the mid to late 1930s, echoing some of the concerns of contemporary Americans. Critics feared that a government run by unelected experts would lead to a form of authoritarian rule, where decisions were made without public input or democratic oversight. Now, here's the little game they like to play. Like, picture me like Dennis from Always Sunny. They like to play the little games and all this kind of shit. Like, as like we've all seen from like Andrew Wilson, like, who the fuck is an authoritarian? Do you know what I mean? Like, look at the lefties that claim, oh, you know, Big Papa Fascist is here with his evil fascism and he's going to take over and it's going to be authoritarian rule and they're going to go against democracy. Remember the whole thing of like, Trump is against democracy. We need to fight for democracy, all this kind of shit. Right? That's what we were told, at least. You know what I mean? But when you look at like these lefties, they are just as authoritarian. They're just as happy the way taking away your rights. Like, remember the whole lockdown? Remember how My Body, My Choice got fucked right out the window? You know, the same bitches who were literally screaming, my body, my choice, were forcing you to wear a mask? Are you fucking kidding me? You know what I mean? Ridiculousness. But technocracy reborn? Well, we are seeing a rebirth of some of these kinds of ideas in 2025. Musk has a familial connection with the movement, so is likely to be aware of it. His maternal grandfather, Joshua N. Haldeman, was a notable figure in the technocracy movement in Canada during the 1930s and 40s. Musk's ventures, such as the electric car giant Tesla, his space program SpaceX, and neurotechnology company Neuralink, prioritize innovation and automation, which aligns with the technocrats' vision of optimizing human civilization through scientific and technological means. Tesla's push for autonomous vehicles powered by renewable energy, for instance, chime with the movement's early aspirations for an energy-efficient, machine-managed society. Additionally, SpaceX's ambition to colonize Mars reflects the belief that technological ingenuity can overcome the limitations of living on Earth. What Trump would disagree with. There are some significant differences between the current US government and the technocrats, however. Musk's approach to commerce remains firmly embedded in the free market. His ventures thrive on competition and private enterprise rather than that of centralized, expert-led planning. And while the technocrats believed in the abolition of money, wages, and traditional forms of trade, the Trump administration clearly doesn't. Hashtag Bitcoin, baby. Trump believes that politicians like him should run the country along with the partners such as Musk. Technocrats worried about elected politicians being driven by self-interest, but the current US administration seems to value mixing business interests with government decisions. Although the technocracy movement never became a dominant force, its ideas influenced later discussions on topics such as scientific management and economic planning. The concept of data-driven governance championed by the technocracy movement is part of modern planning, especially in areas like energy efficiency and urban planning. The rise of AI and big data has reignited discussions about the role and reach of technocracy in modern society. In countries including Singapore and China, governance is dominated by departments headed by those with technological backgrounds who gain an elite status. In the 1930s, the technocrats faced significant criticism. The unions were more powerful than today, were almost entirely supportive of the Progressive New Deal and its protection of workers' rights rather than the technocrats. The US public's resurgent belief in the US government during the New Deal era was far greater than today's declining support in its political institutions. So those institutions would have been better equipped to resist challenges than they are today. The technocracy movement of the 1930s may have faded, but its central ideas continue to shape contemporary debates about the intersection of technology and governmental planning, and possibly who should be in charge. Like I said, it's like this thing of like, oh, they want to do technology or they want to do this. That means it's bad. But you're not explaining to me how it's bad. Do you know what I mean? Like the whole thing of, oh, they're against democracy. It's like, democracy ain't always the best option, bruh. Do you know what I mean? You might say, oh, like where What could you offer as an example of that? My boy Socrates. They motherfucking executed him. You know what I mean? Gang rape is direct democracy as well. If 3 people want to grape the 4th person, well, that's democracy. You know what I mean? One could argue Elon is using Trump to fulfill grandfather's plans, but one can argue anything. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like why would Elon wait for Trump? Why not like already have his particular tentacles already watched already like in the political system itself? You know what I mean? I think it's awesome that in a debate, the more chaotic. Oh, sorry. I've already read these. Yeah, they don't hate the Schnazis at all. They want to be the Schnazis. Yeah, that's the only reason why they hate the Schnazis, because the Schnazis had power, and they want the power. Because if they had the power, they would be the benevolent leader that we all need, and all this kind of bullshit that they typically fucking say. I mean. Yeah, if founding fathers could see USA today, they may change to monarchy. But it's a difficult one to put forth. And why do I say that? Because when you look at like the typical argument is America should be secular because all the founding fathers agreed it should be secular. Yes, they agreed it should be secular, but they also agreed that the Constitution was written for religious and moral people. And if we are to take that like a direct John Adams quote, then we are to say that there needs to be some sort of religion. So what religion were they all? They were all Christian. So in terms of like this dynamic of like the secularism, all this kind of shit, that don't bother no parsnips. That's like I said, the half truths that they give you. You know? Majority rule isn't great. We see that in all progressive countries. We see that in all countries. You even see that in debate. The argument of wait, what? But yeah, you see that like in any country, like the example I gave, like just because the majority agree with it, it's even a fallacy in the ad populum fallacy. I mean, just because it's popular doesn't mean it's true, you know. Or at least more power to the church. This is the thing that they were saying as well. You can't legislate the morality. You know what I mean? Like you can't like put in the rule book, you know, because let's say like farting on an elevator. Nobody wants to be on an elevator when someone farts. But there is the whole thing of that, like, if this motherfucker doesn't fart, he's going to have a heart attack. You know what I mean? Or something crazy like that. That's why you can't legislate that you're not allowed to fart in elevators. As unpleasant as it is, you can't legislate it. You know? Is farting immoral? Yeah, but like farting in an elevator. You know what I mean? Like I'll give you the two dynamics. Like the one was the dude that if he doesn't fart, he's literally gonna croak. You know what I mean? Because it's like so much built up pressure, whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? Versus sec. Make sure I got the buffs up. Okay, are we rocking and rolling? Are we ready to go? Okay, he's doing that, so I'm gonna do this instead. Right. Oh, I'm already getting chunked. And then we just pump a bit more threat into him. Possibly one go around again. And then we pop the lay on hands so we get the extra armor. And then we should be sitting pretty. Get the shield on, and then we hit him with one of these. Beautiful. Beautiful. Notice the boss is already down to halfway health. That's how bad the other DPS were. Holy shit, boys. We were struggling on this boss for no reason. It was literally just because the DPS were dog shit. Just hit the cunts. Just hit the cunts. Okay, Sham's dead. Why? I know it's instinct, but why? Why stun them? Why stun? Need this, greet this. And we got the primal nether, boys. That's basic 100G in the bank, baby. Very nice, very nice. And then we do one of these. We do an L disenchant, and we turn that what would have been 6 gold vendor value into about 10 or 11 gold. The mage wata. The wata. Pasta, 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 pasta. We legislate murder. Yes, but when when you look at the knock-on effect, the whole thing of like an eye for an eye, like it's like the whole like Cain and Abel thing and all this kind of jazz, right? Like if I murder you because you murdered someone I love, then it'll knock onto effect where like I'll then murder someone that you love, and basically everybody's dead because it's just a continuous knock-on effect. That's why the state intervenes and they say we're going to end this. We're going to enact a punishment so you're satisfied and this doesn't continue throughout the community kind of aspect. Do you know what I mean? Like coming out from like that vibe. But like that's why the state gets involved for that. But when it comes to like farting in an elevator, like I said, it's unpleasant. But are we gonna say that like this is a great travesty and we need to have X, Y, and Z and all this kind of shit? You know? Rude, not immoral. Yeah, 100%. So, like, you can't legislate stuff that's rude. You know what I mean? Like, you can't legislate manners. You know what I mean? Did you do an empathy debate recently? I want to see it if I missed it. Yes, I was against Abe on sorts of reasons. I think it was this week. Like, this week has been so, like, Jack was right. Like, this week has been, like, such a crazy week. Like, I forget all that kind of shits. You know what I mean? Like, let me do a bit of quick math. 24 plus 19, 34, 44. Yeah, so it's like it's a bait to get the shield. I don't think I need the shield. The ring also is a bit of a bait because we're basically going to get something that's already there in terms of the Cower rep ring. The neck is nice, don't get me wrong. But actually no, I think I do need to eventually get the neck because I need to translate that mitigation into defense and agility, or dodge as they say on the streets. So that's 25 we need, and then we also need this trinket eventually as well. 43 spell power and then a 155 spell power for 20 seconds on use, 2 minutes cooldown. That's 41 badges. So we'll eventually get there. We pretty much need about another 65 badges total, and then we're completely done with like all the gear. And then thing we need to look into is, do we need some of this fire resist gear eventually as well? That's something we need to plan around with too. We'll get back to that in time. Let's go in and hand in this quest and do the rest of the diddly doos, and then, like I said, get back into what I was. The reason why I read the article and want to see if it had any of that stuff that I was talking about with the World War II thing, and that 1930s period is a key period. There's a lot of funny shit happening around the 30s and 40s. And I am going to show you something once we get past all this shit. I'm going to show you a thing or two. So we got our 2 badges there, bit of gold, 25 gold as well. And we're gonna sell this. That's another 20 gold, 30 gold, another 40 gold there, and then another 100 gold from the Primal Nether. So making a bit of decent bank, as they say. We're at about 10 badges as well. So you can easily get 5-10 badges a day, which is what I'm probably going to do over the next week, and then eventually get the neck and the trinket over time. I don't need them as a necessity right now, here and now kind of thing. So like I said, I'm going to take our time for that, you know. Church wouldn't push for that to be legislated either. Yeah, no, that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at. Where it's like, you have that thing of like, we have the church. You know what I mean? We don't need to legislate the church. You know what I mean? Like, that's what the founding fathers, the reason why they went for secularism, they wanted to get away from like the idea of people saying, oh, like we should legislate that people should go to church every Sunday. You know what I mean? Because what Christian or what religious person wouldn't go to church on Sunday or whatever? You know what I mean? That can turn into a bad idea, even though it's a good intention or whatever. You know what I mean? I'll have to watch it because I don't think empathy can be real due to no 2 people could have the exact same experiences to ever be able to. So in other shoes, go, not so. Would you have gotten less rewards if more people helped fight? Okay, now I see what you're saying about church and government. Yeah, like I said, sorry, I've got like the split focus. So sometimes like I'm saying shit that I don't realize that I'm saying, or I'm not making the correct argumentation. But like that whole kind of mentality of like legislating everyone going to church and all this kind of shit. You can get drawn into like very kind of good intentioned or good meaning kind of like vibes, but it doesn't, sometimes it doesn't play out like that, you know. So I'm actually going to disenchant this because the shards are selling for so high, might as well. Then post that, and then we need to buy primal manas. Primal manners. Boom, boom. That was 3 different things. The last is about the game. Oh, okay, yeah, I get you. No, it's not like retail. It's basically, it's like the max amount is 5. You can use less if you want, but you don't get any benefits from it. And all that jazz. So it's basically like they're just that difficult to do. But like I said, we've been cracking. We've caught up a fair amount. You know what I mean? I'm actually, like I said, in a lot better place than I thought I would be. But like I said, the main thing now is just getting the raids done when we're not streaming, and trying to get as much upgrades from there as we possibly can. Mainly Kara. I'm not investing too much in the 25 man because we have a lot of prop paladins in the raid roster. So I'm probably going to be competing against them for the gear. So not only are you going against the RNG boss, but you're also going against like a competition for it as well. So I'm not getting too ahead of myself in terms of that gear. But like I said, we will eventually get that kind of stuff. So I'm not too stressed about it in terms of that way. But we have got about 300 gold on the auction now, sitting about 1200, and we got all the like this stuff, the shadow resist going as well. Not bad at all. And then we just clean up the bags before we sign off for today. Got ourselves 5 bolts of this shit as well. Probably should start stacking up on the imbued nether weave as well, because the cooldown's coming up. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm happy enough to leave off for there today. Right, so we close off there. We're technically over, but like I said, just to wrap up, as they say. So yeah, definitely look into the empty debate, because like I said, like the way that turned out was they just tried to say, well, empathy's not real. But they were also kind of saying it's like, well, that aspect of empathy is real, but we call that sympathy. And then, like I said, whether you call it empathy or sympathy, that phenomenon that I'm pointing to, you do classify as real, and like being able to understand people's emotions or their perspectives, and that is a useful skill in terms of craft and society. Because if you're able to read people's minds, this is why like user data is so important, all this kind of shit for the companies, because they can start catering their products and services towards you, because they know based on your internet data and all this kind of shit what you should be interested in, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So that's a huge part to it as well. But just real quick, ladies and gentlemen, because I need to get into so much shit. I need to catch up on the Iran shit and all this stuff. But just to show you, where is it? I think it's this one. Okay, here it is. Here it is, boys. I got it. All right, so 1 second. Let me do the share screen. Yeah, I would say sympathy is real, but no one can empathize. Yeah, and we get into this in the debate where the word basically gets split, right? And the mistake that Abe makes was like, oh, they split it, and then they start talking about some shit that's like a fugazi, it's not real and never exists and all this kind of shit. And it's like, no, the reason why they split it is because the sympathy is where you display or you mirror the emotions to them and you comfort them. The empathy is actually trying to understand their perspective. You know what I mean? And then the whole like love your enemy is a key part to this and all this kind of stuff as well. So like, then Mo came on the after panel and tried to do the same thing where it's like, you're not going to feel the exact same emotion that they're feeling. It's like, yeah, that's not the part of empathy we're talking about. Like what we're talking about with empathy is this aspect of like being able to understand the emotion, to be able to put yourself in that position, that ability to put yourself in a story or something you've been told by this person, be able to put yourself in that situation and be able to go about it. That's the key thing with the empathy, do you know what I mean? But I know you study philosophy, so wanted to hear your side. Nice, I even watched the Afghan. My man, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that I study philosophy; it's that like I have such an interest in it that like I'm self-taught in the philosophy. If anybody has like ideas that I've like a PhD in philosophy or some shit like that ain't me. But I do have an interest. I'm like, I wouldn't necessarily call myself a philosopher. I would say I'm a philosophical entertainer kind of thing, if you get me. But yeah, like I said, getting into this stuff, right? So it all starts with because like basically evidence that the Nazis tested nuclear bombs in the 1940s, right? Then we get the whole mainstream historians and declassified Allied intelligence from World War II conclude that Nazi Germany did not successfully develop or test the functional nuclear bomb during the 1940s, right? The main reason why this has to be such a key thing that they want to push or they want to make sure is never spoken about is because if the Nazis had successfully tested a nuclear bomb, well, there is no argument on the face of the fucking planet that you can make that the Nazis would have lost World War II. Because if the Nazis had a nuke and successfully tested it and all this kind of shit, why the fuck didn't they use that against the Russians? Why did they march willy-nilly into the Russians? Number 2 would be, well, the Nazis could have used that technology to negotiate a deal with the Allies so that, quote-unquote, Germany would lose the war, etc., right? Now, again, I like to say, like, this whole kind of, like, shit here, right? And then I basically said, okay, what is the reporter account that mentions different colored sparks emerging from a mushroom cloud around that time period, right? And then all of a sudden we get something very interesting. So the specific reporter account you're likely referring to is the declassified U.S. intelligence document, often cited as file or report APO 696 from the U.S. National Archives, that includes a post-war testimony from a German test pilot and missile expert, Hans Zinser. In this account, Zinser described observing what he believed to be a nuclear test explosion in early October 1944 near a site south of Lübeck, typically around Ludwigslust, Germany. He was flying 15 kilometers away when he saw a mushroom-shaped cloud with turbulence, billowing sections rising to about 7,000 meters, around 23,000 feet, disconnected from the ground. A strong electrical disturbances and interference with radio communications, likened to lightning, a blast wave that caused a strong pull on the stick, a cloud stretching approximately 6.5 miles, and strange colorings in the phenomena, followed by the shock wave. Then again, I had to do a bit more digging around to basically say, give me the original fucking thing of what he said. What did this dude actually say? Because there's this whole thing of like, oh, there's no way that the Nazis had superior technology. They did, and we can tell that just from the computer chips that they used. So where is it? Like I said, this went on for a while. Oh shit! One sec. I don't. So where is it? Yeah. So here's the actual report, right? A man named Zinser, a flak rocket expert, mentioned what he noticed one day in the beginning of October 1944. I flew from Ludwigslust, south of Lübeck, about 12 to 15 clicks from an atomic bomb test station. Again, his own words was describing this as an atomic bomb test station, right? When I noticed a strong, bright illumination from the whole atmosphere. Less than about 2 seconds. The clear visible pressure wave escaped the approaching and following cloud formed by the explosion. This wave had a diameter about 1 kilometer when it became visible, and the color of the cloud changed frequently. Okay, so this is a particular thing. The color of the cloud changed frequently, which means it's in this flux of change, and it's changing between colors, right? It became dotted after a short period of darkness with all sorts of light spots, which were in contrast to normal explosions of a pale blue. All right. And this is like when anytime you see a typical explosion, what color is it? It's going to be red, it's going to be orange, it's going to be yellow. It's not going to be of a pale blue. You have to use specific chemicals to do that. And again, we have to factor in everything. The size of it, the actual disturbance and the power of it. You know what I mean? And the fact that it's of a pale blue. This explosion is as a pale blue. This is something only seen in nuclear explosions or explosions with very particular chemicals being used. Approximately 10 seconds after the explosion, the sharp outlines of the explosion cloud disappeared suddenly after the cloud began to take on a lighter color against the sky covered in a grey overcast. The diameter of the still visible pressure wave was at least 9,000 meters, while remaining visible for at least 15 seconds. The color of the explosion cloud was conditional upon the kinds of light shining through the cloud. First, it appeared reddish from the holes in the clouds, then it turned to a dirty-like shade in sorts of streaks. The combustion was lightly felt by my observation plane from pulling and pushing. About an hour later, I started in with the He 111 from the A/D-24 at the place and flew in an easterly direction. Shortly after the start, I passed through the almost complete overcast between 3,000 and 4,000 meter altitude. A cloud shaped like a mushroom with turbulent, billowing sections at about 7,000 meter altitude stood without any seeming connections over the spot where the explosion took place. Strong electrical disturbances and the impossibility to continue radio communication as by lightning turned up. Because P-38s were operating in the area of Wittenberg, Mersburg, I had to turn to the north. I should like to mention that I had oxygen for about 8,000 meters altitude. Then I noticed that for a fraction, visibility was much better from a higher altitude than from the 3 or 4,000 meters. The reason for this may be that, as I noted, it was several times before, visibility above 5,000 or 6,000 meters was extremely good, distance more than 100 kilometers. while it was much less between 5,000 and 1,000 meters. Why these experiments were made in such a crowded area at Luxembourg is beyond me. Right? So that's the whole thing. So Didi mentioned, so yeah, the colors the dude describes starting with reddish hues, shifting to a dirty like shade like brownish gray, frequent changes of pale blue lights, light spots dotted across the cloud after brief darkness are indeed specific and unusual compared to a typical firecracker prop. You're right to highlight that. It's a detail that stands out and has fueled speculation about Nazi nuclear tests for decades. However, based on the physics of explosion and historical eyewitness accounts, these visual effects aren't exclusive to nuclear detonations and can absolutely occur in large-scale conventional blasts, especially with those involving certain chemicals, fuels, or atmospheric conditions. I'll break down things, all right? The reddish hues and frequent color changes. This is often caused by nitrous oxides, compounds like nitrogen dioxide formed when atmospheric nitrogen, oxygen are superheated and react with moisture. Nitrous oxide gives off vivid or reddish brown color, which can shift as the cloud cools, mixes with debris, smoke, or interacts with sunlight, cloud cover, appearing red through holes in the thing, as he noted. This fades to white-gray as vapor water condenses or darker shades from particles. Note that it doesn't have the pale blue. It has to do a separate one. Blue tones can emerge from ionized air. Right, excited molecules glowing from fluorescence or specific combustion products in a brief darkness phase, possibly from the thing. Spots could form as hot pockets to reignite the light. This is normal for small blasts, but scales up in massive ones. Right. So again, you have a second phenomenon for the blue. Right. And then the constant changing is the explosion clouds evolve rapidly due to convection, cooling, and entrailment of air debris, leading to a turbulent, billowing shift as things. Right. Why this can absolutely be a conventional expression. Large non-nuclear blasts from high explosive fuel or chemicals routinely produce mushroom clouds with colorful changing visuals. Not rare, just less publicized than nukes. The shape and effects stem from basic fluid dynamics. Hot gases raising buoyantly, creating instability. Not radiation. Here's a substantial thing, right? So ammonium nitrate explosions, right? So Beirut in 2020 or Texas in 1947. These create massive red, orange, brown fireballs and clouds from nitrous oxide byproducts, shifting to a white-gray as they condense. Beirut's blast, equivalent 1 to 2 kilotons TNT, formed a huge mushroom cloud with vivid red hues that change over time. No nuke involved, just stored fertilizer detonating. All right. So again, this was basically in Beirut, this massive thing. It was basically like a stockpile of it, basically blew up, and that's what they described. Again, would not have been the same size of what this dude witnessed, right? It could have been a rocket, a fuel or rocket explosions from, for example, a V2 failure, right? Now, here's the thing: the V2 rocket, Nazi V2 rockets fueled by alcohol and liquid oxygen produced blue or red flames on launch or failure, right? With clouds dotted by burning fragments. A mid-1944 Me Too mishap would easily yield pale blue spots. So again, like notice that it's like the V2 rocket, but it would have to specifically have been a misfire. Because why would you waste a V2 rocket? Right? You've already tested the V2 rockets. You already know they work. Why would you, in the middle of or towards a year before the war ends, why would you be testing V2 rockets? You wouldn't waste a rocket like that. I mean, it would have had to been a mishap, but there's no reports from all these like things, these mishaps on. There's no reports of this shit. Furthermore, there's no reports of like any of these ammunition pile-up places in the specific area mentioned. Right, and then they tried to do the other chemical or conventional blast, while phosphorus or incendiary tests create blue-white spots, fuel air explosives. Ionized air for electrical disturbance and color changes. Even volcanic eruptions or massive fires show similar mushroom forms of red to blue shifts from heat chemistry. So it could have been a volcano could have exploded, apparently. You know what I mean? And this is what I'm saying in terms of when you tie in all of these things, it's very likely that was a small scale nuclear test. You know what I mean? So it wasn't confirmed as an atomic bomb site. This I called out one thing is like so the place described was also a nuke test facility, correct, or an atomic bomb. Now Ludwigslust was not a confirmed Nazi nuclear test facility or atomic bomb test site based on historical records and declassified documents. References to such originate solely from Hans Zimmer's post-war testimony in the 1945 U.S. intelligence reports, where he described observing the event 12 to 15 kilometers from an atomic bomb test station near the area. This labeling appears to be Sinister's own speculation or hindsight interpretation after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki became public knowledge in August 1945, as the term atomic bomb was not widely used or understood in Nazi Germany during the war. The known centers of Nazi nuclear program include facilities like Kashir, Wellheim Institute, and all this kind of shit. And it goes on based to say it's like, no, there was no confirmation this was a nuclear test site. So then why did because this dude was not just like some random test pilot. He was a test pilot and a missiles expert. So this dude knew what he was talking about. And he described it as an atomic bomb test facility. So there's a lot in this. But folks, like I said, I've already gone 25 minutes over. Like I said, I do like to give you a little bit of spice. You know what I mean? A little bit of spice, rice, make everything nice, you know? We are going to be going to the JS. Make sure you give him a like and sub, all the good stuff. You know who it is. Who sent you, I should say. So let me get this going. And folks, it's been a damn good show. We hit the goal and everything. Appreciate all. This is a damn good show.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you getting pumped up. Don't forget to red pill the morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.